Chapter 707. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang had just arrived at the front desk of the Regal Hotel when the customer service lady asked enthusiastically, "What kind of room would you like?" "2 single rooms. A double room," Yan Wushuang and Qin Feng said at the same time. The customer service lady frowned slightly, but her expression returned to normal quickly. She smiled warmly and said, "What kind of room should we get?" Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang and said, "Team leader Yan, let's get a double room. You don't have to worry about it, since it's broken." Yan Wushuang suddenly fell silent. Originally, she wanted to book 2 single rooms. Her relationship with Qin Feng wasn't close enough to the point of sharing a room. However, since Qin Feng had said so, Yan Wushuang couldn't refuse. Qin Feng booked a double room, took the room card, and led Yan Wushuang upstairs to the room. The room was clean and tidy, and there were all kinds of home appliances. "Team leader Yan, let's talk about the mission." As soon as they entered the room, Qin Feng kicked off his shoes, jumped onto the big bed, and lay down. Yan Wushuang was somewhat embarrassed. It was her first time sharing a room with a man. Although Qin Feng also stayed in Yan Wushuang's villa when she and Qin Feng completed the mission of the William family, they slept in separate rooms and were not as intimate as they were now. Yan Wushuang bent down and began to take off her high heels. Qin Feng glanced at her and saw the white skin under her collar. "Qin Feng, what are you looking at?" After taking off her shoes, Yan Wushuang put her high heels and Qin Feng's shoes on the shoe rack. She raised her head and saw Qin Feng's burning gaze. "Ahem. No, nothing. I was waiting for you to tell me about the mission." Qin Feng quickly withdrew his gaze and pretended to be calm. Yan Wushuang did not think much and leaned on the big bed. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted over. Qin Feng almost could not help but pounce on Yan Wushuang and hug her. This mission was assigned by the higher-ups. They asked us to investigate a money laundering case in Hong Kong. Yan Wushuang became serious and explained the details of the mission. "According to the information given to me by the higher-ups, there's a huge gang in Hong Kong. In recent years, they have been conducting secret money laundering operations here. Previously, the Dragon Gate had sent over a dozen members to investigate this case, but they all disappeared and have not been heard from until now." When Qin Feng heard this, he became serious. "Disappeared? Don't tell me they've all died?" The light in Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes dimmed. She said the Dragon Gate didn't issue a death notice. However, the members of the Dragon Gate are all experts. We haven't heard from them for a long time. I'm 90% sure that they are dead. What groups were the members of the Dragon sect that were sent here? Qin Feng continued to ask. The Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow groups have sent people here, but we lost contact with all the members who came for this mission, Yan Wushuang said honestly. "Holy shit. I heard that the completion rate of the Heaven team and Earth team is very high. Even the people sent by their teams can't complete this mission. Why did the Dragon sect send the 2 of us? Was he really treating Grandpa as a rubbish bin? Why are you throwing all the difficult missions at me?" Qin Feng was instantly enraged and complained. Yan Wushuang also had a helpless look on her face. She also felt that this task was very difficult. Otherwise, the people who had come before would have solved the case. Moreover, Yan Wushuang did not tell Qin Feng a very important piece of information. Among the 13 missing members of the Dragon sect, the last one sent was Blue Dragon Ji, one of the 9 dragons of Huaxia. They lost contact with Ji after a week, and there was still no news about him. Yan Wushuang did not dare to tell Qin Feng this piece of information because Qin Feng had been complaining about the missing members of the Heaven team and Earth team. Yan Wushuang was afraid that if she told Qin Feng that even Blue Dragon Ji was missing, Qin Feng would turn back to his country and quit. Qin Feng would really do something like that. "I didn't complain, and you still have the nerve to complain?" Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and continued, "This mission wasn't originally assigned to us, but Song Chongsheng strongly recommended us to form a team. He said that we had completed the William family's mission perfectly last time, so we would definitely be able to complete this mission." Qin Feng immediately stopped complaining. He knew that Song Chongsheng was taking revenge on him, and he had implicated Yan Wushuang. Lu Yinduan and Lei Ming were there, right? Didn't they say anything? Yan Wushuang shook her head and said, "They were there, but they didn't say anything." Qin Feng was furious. These old bastards were all cunning and sinister. Song Chongsheng was clearly taking revenge on Qin Feng, but Lu Yinduan and Lei Ming pretended that they didn't know anything. They didn't want to offend anyone, and they were just waiting to reap the benefits. These old bastards. When I finish this mission, I'll slap their faces until they're swollen. Qin Feng began to complain again. Yan Wushuang was amused. Among the members of the dragon sect, only Qin Feng dared to call Song Chongsheng and the others old bastards. Team leader Yan, please continue with the mission. Qin Feng quickly calmed down. This mission was obviously very difficult, and Qin Feng began to pay attention to it. There aren't many clues for this mission. We only know that there's a secret organization that launders money in Hong Kong, and this organization has been in existence for a few years. Our mission is to find out the organization behind this money laundering, and then find the evidence to convict them. We also need to find the money and hand it over to the Chinese government. Yan Wushuang explained the details of the mission, and Qin Feng was immediately troubled. It was as if she didn't say anything. Hong Kong was so big. Where could he find an organization that launders money? That's right, we still have an important clue. According to the information sent back by the missing members of the Dragon Sect, we can conclude that the Wei family is part of this money laundering organization. Yan Wushuang suddenly added, "Wei family? Could it be the Wei family in the provincial capital?" "Yes, the Wei family where you killed Wei Xiaolei." Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng suddenly felt uneasy. This woman had gotten hold of many of his secrets. Qin Feng wondered what he would do if Yan Wushuang used these secrets to threaten him to sacrifice himself. Should he rather die than submit? Or should he compromise? Ahem. Team leader Yan, let's not talk about the past. I even killed Prince William that time. You should thank me. Otherwise, you might have been taken by that bastard Prince William. Yan Wushuang was quite grateful to Qin Feng. Back then, in order to investigate the secrets of the William family, she was asked by the Dragon Sect to marry into the William family. In the end, Prince William was killed by Qin Feng before they could marry. That's all the information for the mission. Let's discuss and see where we can start. Yan Wushuang didn't mention Prince William and Wei Xiaolei again. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved into a cold smile. He already had a plan, and he would start with the Wei family. Back then, Wei Xiaolei pestered Yin Xiao and invited Qin Feng to race at Coiled Snake Mountain in order to frame Qin Feng. After Qin Feng killed Wei Xiaolei, the Wei family secretly took revenge on Qin Feng. Later, because Qin Feng changed his identity, the Wei family stopped. Qin Feng was just about to find time to wipe out the Wei family, and now the opportunity presented itself to him. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang discussed for a while, and the two of them hit off. They both suggested to start with the Wei family, then slowly gather information and try to catch the larger organization behind the Wei family in one fell swoop. According to Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang's deductions, the Wei family's power in the capital wasn't too great. The organization that laundered the money was clearly much more powerful than the Wei family. It seemed that the Wei family wasn't the real mastermind. There must be an even more powerful organization standing behind them. Team leader Yan, do you want to go down and take a look? After talking about the mission, Qin Feng planned to go downstairs and take a look at Dafu Casino. This was because Qin Feng heard from Yan Wushuang that Dafu Casino, and this Defu Hotel were both Wei family properties in Hong Kong. This was also why Yan Wushuang directly took a taxi to check in after she got off the plane. Yan Wushuang was wearing a dark blue one-piece dress. At this time, she was lying lazily on the big bed. She had been on a plane for a few hours, so she was a bit tired. Her casual and lazy look was mesmerizing. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yan Wushuang's thighs, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Yan Wushuang was stretching, and the bottom of her dress slid up, revealing a pair of long, white legs. She was about to slide to the most important part. "Ah, you, what are you looking at? Aren't you broken? Why are you still thinking about this? You're not lying, are you?" Yan Wushuang suddenly noticed Qin Feng's malicious gaze. She was so scared that she jumped up from the bed and hurriedly pulled down her dress. That Team Leader Yan, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't peeking just now. I was thinking of a plan and I was lost in thought. Qin Feng hurriedly began to quibble. If it's broken, then it's broken. How can you joke about this kind of thing? Have you ever seen a man make fun of himself and say that he's broken? Yan Wushuang blushed when she heard Qin Feng's words. A man and a woman alone in a room, and Qin Feng couldn't stop his broken. It was too ambiguous. However, Yan Wushuang thought that Qin Feng's words made sense. All men cared about that part of their body. They were eager to be praised by others, so why would they say that they were broken? Then you can go shopping by yourself. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest for a while. Yan Wushuang pouted and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Then she pulled the quilt over her stomach and went to sleep. Yan Wushuang's dress was pushed up again. Qin Feng glanced at her long legs, and suddenly he didn't want to go downstairs anymore. He wanted to hug Yan Wushuang from behind and sleep with her. But when he thought of the serious consequences, he put on his shoes and went out. Chapter 708. Qin Feng had already walked out of the Great Tycoon Hotel, turned right, and entered the Great Tycoon Casino City. The Great Tycoon Casino City was one of the 6 biggest casinos in Hong Kong. It was built in the center of the city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Not only was the casino grand and domineering on the outside, the interior decoration was even more high-end and grand. Qin Feng walked in the lobby of the casino. The surroundings were decorated with gold and jade, and the space inside was very spacious. There were all kinds of game consoles and card tables. Qin Feng only took a simple stroll around and found many Chinese celebrities in the crowd. These celebrities were all pure and innocent on the screen, but now they were all dressed more and more exposed than the other. If they weren't hugging a fat tycoon with big ears, then they were acting coquettishly in the arms of a white-haired old man. Qin Feng was not surprised by this kind of thing. When he was still a hedonistic young master in Acropolis City, he had played with these celebrities and young models a lot. Qin Feng stood in the lobby of the casino, as if he had found the feeling of the past. However, this time he was not here to pick up girls. He was here to see if he could get any information. "Xiaoya, don't walk so fast. I can't keep up with your footsteps." Not far away, a tall and sexy woman wearing a red qipao was walking quickly towards Qin Feng with furrowed eyebrows. Behind the qipao beauty was a man in a suit and leather shoes. The man had a fat head and big ears, and the fat on his stomach trembled as he walked. Qin Feng immediately recognized this person as the Brother Hai he met on the plane. Brother Hai had already changed his clothes, and it was obvious that he had taken a bath. His hair was even blown into a poop style. "Don't call me Xiaoya. I'm not familiar with you." Li suddenly stopped wearing white stockings and glared at the man angrily. Then she quickened her pace and walked forward. "Xiaoya, let's get to know each other a few more times. Won't we be familiar with each other after eating a few more meals?" Brother Hai acted as if he did not see Li Ye's disgusted expression and shamelessly followed her again. Xiaoya pouted, her beautiful face turning cold. Coincidentally, she walked to Qin Feng's side, and when she saw that Qin Feng was tall and sturdy, with a tall and sturdy body, Xiaoya's eyes lit up and took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm, and even gave him a flirtatious look. "Ah, darling, why are you here? What a coincidence! You want to bring me along to play." Li Ye was a native Hong Kong girl, and when she acted coquettishly, her voice was so soft that it could seep into a person's bones. She was born beautiful and knew how to dress up. No matter who she called darling, that man would definitely be enchanted to death. However, Qin Feng didn't fall for her trick because he was here to complete a quest. He didn't have time to pick up girls. Most importantly, this woman was using him as a shield. He didn't even ask if I agreed or not. "Beauty, I don't think we know each other." Qin Feng smiled faintly. His voice was very soft, and only Leah could hear it. A look of astonishment flashed past Leah's beautiful eyes. Leah was very confident in her looks. She had won the honorary title of Hong Kong's most beautiful miss for 3 years in a row, and usually countless fans and rich young masters would line up to ask her out for a meal. But Leah rejected them all. This was the first time Leah had taken the initiative to hold a man's arm. In the end, this man rejected her, causing Leah to feel depressed to death. Leah was very angry. She told herself in her heart that the man in front of her must have a problem with his aesthetics, or maybe he was gay. Although she was angry, Leah still maintained her sweet smile and said, "Darling, I haven't seen you in a long time. You're not allowed to leave me behind today and go play by yourself. Are you going to bring me along?" The more Qin Feng refused, the more Li Ye wanted to pester Qin Feng. Even Li Ye couldn't figure out the reason for this. At this moment, her upper body was stuck to Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng felt a soft pressure pressing down on him, and couldn't shake her off even if he wanted to. So it's you? Haha. I already told you on the plane that you have to listen to Brother Hai in Hong Kong. I can only say that you're unlucky to bump into me in Hong Kong. Ha ha ha. Brother Hai had already recognized Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng who had caused him to freeze on the plane for a few hours. After getting off the plane, Brother Hai had already turned into an ice sculpture. He was just thinking about how to find Qin Feng to take revenge, but he didn't expect to bump into him. Haha. So it's the ice sculpture brother. I didn't recognize you at all. Why did you put a pile of shit on top of your head? Brother Ice Sculpture's taste is really unique. You take an ice bath on the plane, and you like to poop on top of your head. Amazing, amazing. Qin Feng had already recognized Brother Hai, but he was too lazy to bother with this brat. Now that Brother Hai had come looking for trouble, Qin Feng would never indulge this kind of person who was courting death. You, what nonsense are you spouting? What ice bath on the plane? I don't even know you. Did you recognize the wrong person? Brother Hai's incident on the plane was too embarrassing. If possible, he hoped that everyone who saw him being humiliated would be struck by lightning. If this kind of embarrassing incident were to spread, would he still be able to stay in Hong Kong? Ah, did I recognize the wrong person? You were the one who greeted me first. Qin Feng looked at Brother Hai with a smile. Brother Hai was so angry that his mouth became crooked. He looked at Leah, who had a strange expression, and finally laughed. Hee, I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person. I don't even know you. What do you want? Brother Hai still wanted to beat Qin Feng up, but Leah was here. Brother Hai didn't want Leah to know about his scandal, so he could only let Qin Feng off this time. If he had the chance again, he would definitely kill Qin Feng. Now that you mention it, I think I mistook you for someone else. You're not that idiot who poured iced orange juice on his head on the plane. That idiot is much uglier than you, and I couldn't even look at him. I thought someone brought a Pekingese onto the plane, Qin Feng said with a serious expression. The fat on Brother Hai's face was trembling, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Hee, there's someone who looks like a Pekingese? Interesting, I've never seen it before. Brother Hai endured it. He decided to follow Qin Feng in a while and find a place where there was no one around to kill him. Seeing that Brother Hai was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head, yet he still had to pretend that nothing had happened. Qin Feng was about to die from laughter in his heart. Since I've recognized the wrong person, I'll take my leave first. Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with Brother Hai. He was mainly here to complete the mission, and the difficulty of the mission this time was very high. Qin Feng left just like that, causing Li Ye to be stunned. Could this man really be gay? Otherwise, how could he not have any feelings for her? Li Ye had always been a school beauty since she was young, and after she matured, she even obtained the title of Hong Kong's most beautiful young miss. She had never been ignored by any man before, and today was the first time she was ignored. Li Ye's arrogant temper had already been ignited by Qin Feng. "Darling, let's go eat a big meal." Li Ye immediately followed and took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm, unwilling to let go no matter what. "Beauty, your acting is too fake. Even an idiot would be able to tell. You should let go of me," Qin Feng said in a neutral tone. Leah was so angry that she rolled her eyes. She couldn't understand. Did she suddenly become ugly? Otherwise, how could this extremely ordinary-looking man in front of her not have any feelings for her? Leah purposely puffed out her chest, revealing her cleavage, and said, coquettishly, "Darling, what did you say? I don't understand. Why don't we go watch a movie? Recently, there have been a few new Hollywood blockbusters." Brother Hai stood not far away, watching Leah take the initiative to play with Xiao Feng. He was so angry that his face turned green. Brother Hai had long since taken a fancy to Leah, the most beautiful young miss of Hong Kong, and had always been pursuing Leah. However, he was rejected every time, and this time Brother Hai was not willing to give up so easily. Furthermore, he still had to take care of that brat Xiao Feng, so he followed along. "It's fine if you want me to let you go, but you have to help me get rid of that annoying guy. Otherwise, I'll rely on you tonight." Leah winked at Qin Feng. Her eyes filled with a complacent smile. "You want to rely on me? That's great. Let's go back to my hotel now. It just so happens that I'm lacking a bed partner tonight." Qin Feng suddenly reached out and hugged Leah's small waist. Since this woman was unwilling to leave, Qin Feng might as well scare her a little. He believed that once he scared her, she would run away. Leah's delicate body trembled. This was the first time she had been hugged so intimately by a man, but when she saw Qin Feng's smug smile, Leah gritted her teeth and endured it. She did not want to admit defeat to this tasteless man in front of her. "All right, my dear. Then let's go get a room now. I'll accompany you however you want to play." Leah suddenly hugged Qin Feng's rough waist, and half of her body stuck to Qin Feng's body. Her voice had clearly risen by a few decibels. When Brother Hai heard it, he immediately ran over in fright. "Hey, you stinking brat, don't touch Xiaoya. This is a woman that I've taken a fancy to. If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. We can write off everything from the past, or else I'll teach you a lesson." Brother Hai originally wanted to let Qin Feng stay for a while and break his dog legs later, but the development of the situation made Brother Hai unable to endure it. If he continued to endure, the woman he had taken a fancy to would have been carried to bed by Xiao Feng. Qin Feng really admired this woman, Leah. This girl was quite smart, and she was quite strange. Qin Feng would not really bring her back to the hotel. If that was the case, Yan Wushuang would kill Qin Feng first. "Poop head bro, don't keep yelling at me. My temper isn't good either. If you make me angry, do you believe that I won't slap you right now?" Qin Feng glared at Brother Hai and even raised his hand as if he was going to slap someone. Brother Hai was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. On the plane, Qin Feng had clenched Brother Hai's fist until it was deformed. Brother Hai was still very afraid of Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng's words had scared Brother Hai to the point that he didn't dare to speak, Leah was extremely happy. She was often harassed by Brother Hai, and Leah had long been unhappy with Brother Hai. Today, someone had finally taught Brother Hai a lesson for her. Brother Hai gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do to Qin Feng. He regretted not bringing a bodyguard this time, or else he would definitely kill Qin Feng right now. Humph, you brat, I can tell that you're not from Hong Kong. Are you a mainlander from the mainland? Heh, you mainlanders are all poor. You can't even afford a tea egg. What are you capable of? Very quickly, Brother Hai found a new way to attack Qin Feng. He could not beat Qin Feng, but he could compete with Qin Feng in money. Chapter 709. Brother Hai's original name was Lu Hai. He was one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong. Lu Hai's family had a dark background. The port of Sha Jianzui in Hong Kong had been occupied by his family a few years ago, and now his family's business had grown very strong. Lu Hai could not beat Qin Feng right now, and it would be too troublesome to call for people in a short period of time. So he planned to use money to smash Qin Feng to death. From Lu Hai's point of view, Qin Feng was a pauper from the mainland. This kind of person was either here to buy special offers or here to find a job to earn money. It was also possible that he was here to rely on gambling to get rich overnight. No matter which one it was, Lu Hai did not place a small fry like Qin Feng in his eyes. Lu Hai, do you think you're that great with a little money in your family? Even if my man doesn't have money, I can still support him. You don't need to worry about these things. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Leah shouted at Lu Hai. This woman seemed to be speaking up for Qin Feng, but Qin Feng knew very well in his heart that this bad woman was trying to incite conflict between him and Lu Hai. She wanted to sit and watch the show. Humph! As a man, do you only know how to hide behind a woman's back? And you want to be supported by a woman? You are simply throwing the face of us men. Do you still have any fucking guts? Lu Hai was angered to death by Li Ye's words. He could only vent his anger on Qin Feng. What do you mean by guts? As long as my man has guts in bed, it's fine. Other times, I don't need you to care. What a busybody. Qin Feng did not even need to retaliate against Lu Hai. Leah directly helped Qin Feng shout out. Qin Feng knew what this woman was thinking, but he did not stop Leah. Coincidentally, Qin Feng also did not like Lu Hai. Now that there was a beauty helping him scold, Qin Feng only needed to hug Leah, breathe in her fragrance, and feel the softness of her body. This could be considered as some of the benefits that Qin Feng had obtained after being used. Lu Hai could not scold Leah at all, and was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. But Lu Hai could not offend Leah. That way, he would really not be able to get her. Stinking brat, if you're still a man, do you have the guts to bet with me? Lu Hai had nothing to refute, so he braced himself and challenged Qin Feng. Why should my darling bet with you? Go play by yourself. Li Ye glared at Lu Hai angrily, but she was laughing to death in her heart. Li Ye knew Lu Hai's background. She had purposely angered Lu Hai. Since the person Lu Hai would take revenge on would definitely not be him, he would definitely vent his anger on Xiao Feng. Li Ye held a grudge in her heart, who told Xiao Feng to ignore her. This could be considered as a punishment for Xiao Feng. Lu Hai had long been transferred into Li Ye's trap, but Qin Feng was very clear-headed. Seeing Li Ye's secretly pleased look, Qin Feng shouted at Lu Hai, "Are you sure you want to bet with me?" "What? You don't dare." Sure enough, the mainlanders are all poor bastards. They don't even have the money to gamble in Hong Kong. Ha ha! Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be interested, Lu Hai hurriedly used a provocative method to mock Qin Feng. Lu Hai's family was extremely wealthy. As long as Qin Feng dared to agree, Lu Hai could make him lose so much that he didn't even have his underwear left. "Darling, ignore him. We're not going to bet with him." Li Yo advised Qin Feng. She did not wish for the two of them to really start a bet. That would waste a lot of time, and she would not be able to dig a hole for the two of them. "Great. Since you want to gamble, then let's just play a few rounds." Li Ye did not want to gamble, but Qin Feng insisted on gambling, causing Li Ye to stomp her feet in anger. Seeing that Qin Feng had agreed, Lu Hai was so excited that his face turned red. As one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong, he did not know anything else, but he was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Lu Hai's gambling skills had been specially learned from a gambling master in Hong Kong, and although he had only learned half of it, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Haha, then let's play with the shuttle toad. Lu Hai was afraid that Qin Feng would change his mind midway, so he immediately brought Qin Feng and Leah towards the table of the shuttle toad. You idiot! Why did you agree to bet with him? Do you know who he is? He is one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong. He is extremely wealthy and has learned his gambling skills from a master. Just wait to lose all of them. Leah and Qin Feng followed behind. Leah stuck close to Qin Feng's ear and complained, and even stretched out her jade hands to pinch Qin Feng's waist. Qin Feng did not notice that this damn fatty Lu Hai was one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong, but Qin Feng did not care. Even if he was one of the 4 heavenly kings, Qin Feng would still make him obedient. When Leah spoke, waves of fragrance floated over, blowing into Qin Feng's ears, causing him to feel numb. Qin Feng hugged Leah's waist tightly, causing Leah to jump in fright, almost hanging onto Qin Feng's body. If you want to use me as a shield, then don't talk so much nonsense. In any case, I don't have any money with me. Help me buy the bet later. Qin Feng giggled as he looked at Leah. Didn't this woman want to scam people? Then let's see who can scam people more. You're pissing me off. Don't daydream. I don't have any money. If you want to lose, then use your own money to lose. Leah clenched her teeth in anger and even hammered Qin Feng's chest a few times. In the end, Xiao Feng was really a poor ghost. Since you don't have any money, you still want to gamble with Lu Hai. That's good. You can leave now. Don't follow me, or I can tell that guy that I'm your fake boyfriend and ask him to take you away. That way, I won't have to bet with him. Isn't that great? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, looking like he was going to find Lu Hai to tell him the truth. Leah was so angry that her high heels were about to break, and in the end, she could only compromise. Then don't play so big later. I'm also very poor. I don't have much money for you to lose. Seeing Leah's little money grubber look, Qin Feng felt it was funny. He pulled Leah into his embrace and whispered into her ear, Don't you know one thing? If you lose all of it, you can sleep with that damn fat pig. Nothing else matters. You big bastard. Do you still have the slightest bit of pity for the weak? Do you have the heart to watch me be bullied by that damn fat pig? Leah started to fiercely pinch Qin Feng's lower back again. It was just that her hands were sore from pinching, but she realized that Qin Feng's skin was too thick and did not feel any pain at all. Of course I have compassion for the weak, but you are not that kind of group. You want to scheme against me, and that big fatty, you are ruthless. Qin Feng did not mind at all. He laughed and rubbed Leah's jade back. Since this woman wanted to trick him, then he would make her pay the price. Leah was so scared that she almost screamed out. She started to struggle in Qin Feng's embrace. Leah was so old. No one had dared to touch her body. But in the end, she was taken advantage of by Qin Feng today, causing Leah to almost explode. Leah also hated Qin Feng now. She could not wait for Qin Feng to lose to her death. Just as Qin Feng and Leah were fighting, Lu Hai had already found a card table to play with. It seemed like he was indeed quite famous in Hong Kong, and the tourists who were playing cards on this table, when they saw Lu Hai sitting down, all consciously went around to play at other tables. Qin Feng sat down opposite of Lu Hai, pulled a chair over and hugged Leah as he sat at the side. Leah struggled a few times in Qin Feng's embrace. She hated the feeling of being hugged by Qin Feng, but Qin Feng's hand seemed to have grown on her waist, and she could not shake it off no matter what. After the two of them sat down, a lot of tourists immediately surrounded them. Lu Hai was very famous in Hong Kong, and those who were able to gamble with him were all truly rich people. Everyone liked to see the feeling of rich people throwing money. Seeing that there were more and more people watching, Lu Hai did not stop them, and even had a complacent smile on his face. He was just looking for an opportunity to slap Qin Feng's face. And now that there were so many people watching him act cool, it was exactly what Lu Hai wanted. "Brother Hai, how big are you going to play today?" The dealer smiled as he looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai casually threw out a gold card. "Today, I'm going to play with a pauper from the continent. If I play too big, I'm afraid of scaring him. Let's play a little smaller, and exchange for 5 million chips first." Lu Hai knew that 5 million was definitely a lot. He rarely played so big even when he came to play, but today he was going to act cool and slap Xiao Feng in the face, so he naturally had to play a little bigger. The dealer was slightly startled, but quickly regained his senses. He immediately took the gold card that Lu Hai threw over, and with a light swipe on the POS machine, he immediately exchanged it for 5 million chips. Brother Hai is just rich. Every time he comes to play, it's tens of millions. Today, 5 million is indeed a lot more low-key. The dealer had already seen through Lu Hai's thoughts. Lu Hai nodded his head in satisfaction, and directly threw a chip to the dealer. "Take it, it's for your consumption." Thank you, Brother Hai." Lu Hai threw a 50,000 chip as a tip, scaring the dealer. It was not that the dealer had never seen money before. He had even received 100,000 as a tip. It was just that Lu Hai was the stingiest among the 4 young masters of Hong Kong. Usually he would spend a few hundred, but he was suddenly so generous today, causing the dealer to not be used to it. "This little bit of money is nothing. Deal the cards properly, and when Brother Hai is happy, I'll give you a bigger tip." Lu Hai waved his hand heroically, looking like a rich young master. Qin Feng could tell with a glance that Lu Hai was acting, and his heart was about to be amused to death by him. When Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master in Acropolis City, his tips were all at least 100,000. Now, in Qin Feng's eyes, Lu Hai's actions were simply like a friend of kindergarten's second class. "Xiao Feng, hurry up and change your chips." After Lu Hai finished acting cool, he chuckled as he looked at Qin Feng. Lu Hai guessed that Qin Feng had at most a few tens of thousands of yuan in his pocket. How could he take out such a small amount of money? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and swipe your card to buy chips. I haven't trained you for a few days. Are you going to be disobedient again? Qin Feng slapped Lia's thigh, causing Lia to be dumbfounded. At this time, there were dozens of people surrounding them. Lia was an outstanding beauty, and all the tourists were secretly sneaking glances at Lia. In the end, Qin Feng ordered her around like a maid, causing Lia to be so angry that the buttons on the collar of her qipao were about to burst. I know, my dear. Don't be so mean to me." Chapter 710. If Qin Feng took out a bank card and said that he would only exchange 10,000 chips, he would definitely be looked down upon by everyone present. However, when the great beauty Lia took out her bank card and pitifully looked at the dealer and said those words, everyone present felt pity. Many people put their hands into their pockets, wishing that they could swipe their cards to buy chips for Lia. How could such a beautiful goddess pay? This kind of goddess was clearly used to use force. Cough, cough. This ordinary-looking stinky man was too heartless. What? 10,000 chips? Are you kidding me? Take out all the money in your card and exchange it for chips, or else I'll leave right now. Qin Feng suddenly stood up and glared at Lia angrily. Lia was so angry that she secretly stomped her feet. She really wanted to shout at Qin Feng, "Hurry up and scram!" But in the end, Lia did not say anything and even squeezed out 2 cute dimples, squinting her big smiling eyes as she held onto Qin Feng's arm and said coquettishly, "Darling, don't be angry. It's not easy for me to earn money. How about? I'll give you 50,000 chips, okay?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. They felt like they were dreaming. What kind of eyes did beauties have these days? There were a lot of outstanding youths outside, so why did they have to look for these tasteless bastards? This man looked really fucking ordinary, had a bad temper, and was also poor. What did this beauty see in him? Beauty, don't exchange chips for him. It's fine if you don't want this kind of man. That's right, beauty, what do you think of me? My assets are over 10 million. If you like me, I'll take you to a room right now. Puffed to eat roasted sausages. The onlookers could no longer bear to watch, and a few daring ones jumped out, wanting to poach Leah. Leah did not even look at those men. She was not Qin Feng's girlfriend in the first place. She was just acting. Leah already hated Qin Feng in her heart. Not only was she unwilling to leave, she also wanted to rely on Qin Feng. She wanted to completely incite the conflict between Qin Feng and Lu Hai, and let Lu Hai kill this stinking brat to vent his anger. You heard it. There are a lot of people over there who like you. If you don't want to take out all the money in your card, then hurry up and go with them. I'm annoyed when I see you. Qin Feng impatiently pushed Leah, causing everyone to be stunned once again. Leah immediately grabbed Qin Feng's arm and said, pitifully, Darling, don't be angry, I'll take out all the money, okay? Don't abandon me. I don't want to leave you. Leah's actions immediately caused a wave of sighs. Many people even suspected that there was something wrong with this woman's head. Leah was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, but on the surface, she had dimples on her face as she passed the bank card to the dealer. Leah's card only had 100,000 yuan, which she had saved up through hard work and frugality. She did not expect that she would lose it all in just a day. Thinking about it, Leah felt so sad. Qin Feng's side had exchanged for 100,000 chips. Compared to Lu Hai's 5 million chips that had piled up into a small mountain, Qin Feng's side was simply too shabby. Humph! Lousy hates bastards like you who don't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex the most. Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and start. Lu Hai glared at Qin Feng angrily. He had already thought about it. After he won all the chips in Qin Feng's hands, he would return them to Leah. This way, Leah would be moved, and maybe she would fall in love with someone else. Brother Hai, can this little one deal the cards now? The dealer asked for Lu Hai's opinion. Before Lu Hai could even open his mouth, Leah suddenly leaped up and sat cross-legged on the table. Leah was wearing a tight, red qipao. The two sides of the qipao were split all the way to her thighs. When she sat down, the qipao skirt opened up a little, revealing her slender legs that were covered in white stockings. Especially Qin Feng, who was sitting in front of the table. He could clearly see the scenery under Li Ye's skirt. Whoosh! A burst of screams came from the crowd. Everyone was dumbstruck. Li Ye was an outstanding beauty, and now that she was sitting on the table and making such a seductive gesture, everyone was unable to move their eyes away. Even Qin Feng was slightly startled. He did not know what this girl wanted to do. Lu Hai, I'll bet with you. Leah looked at Lu Hai expressionlessly. She knew Lu Hai's gambling skills. If Qin Feng were to gamble, he would lose without a doubt. This money was Li Ye's own. She felt a little heartache. She could not just watch as her hard-earned money was lost. Huh. Beauty Xiaoya, are you sure you want to personally fight? Lu Hai's eyes were glued to the spot. He was completely unable to move away from Li Ye's legs. A look of disgust flashed across Li Ye's face, and she shouted snappily, Don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't want to bet, I'll take my darling and leave right now. Sure. Just as Leah finished speaking, Lu Hai spoke up impatiently. Li Ye's current posture was too tempting. Lu Hai could not wait to gamble with her. After he won all of Li Ye's money, he would return it to Leah. Then hurry up and start. Leah did not waste any time and glared at the dealer. The dealer was sneaking a peek at Leah. He was so scared that he immediately retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Hai. Seeing Lu Hai slightly nod his head, the dealer then started to deal the cards. The dealer was very professional. Dealing cards was a type of art that could be used to admire. Everyone's trump card had already been dealt, followed by a clear card. Leah and Lu Hai were both experts at gambling. Just as the dealer was shuffling the cards, the two of them remembered the order of the cards. This round, Leah was obviously going to win. Leah's card had a red heart Q, which was bigger than Lu Hai's diamond 8, and she began to speak. 1,000. Li, you casually threw 1,000 chips onto the table. She looked casual on the surface, but she was extremely nervous in her heart. Beauty Xiaoya, aren't you being a little stingy? It's obvious that you want to win this round. How about this? Big Brother will give you money for free, 50,000. Lu Hai stared at Li Ye with a smile, and with a throw of his hand, 5 10,000 chips appeared on the table. Li Ye was so angry that her face turned cold. She knew that her chances of winning this round were very high, but Li Ye's money was too little. The second, third, and fourth cards were dealt out. Li Ye's cards had always been very big, and there was even the possibility of a straight. Lu Hai's cards were very small, and his cards were scattered everywhere. Xiaoya, now that all 4 cards have been revealed, why don't we be ruthless and just go straight? Lu Hai smiled as he looked at Li Ye. Regardless of whether Li Ye agreed or not, Lu Hai pushed with his hand and threw all the chips on the table in, a total of 5 million. This scene stunned the onlookers. As expected of one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong, this was the domineering aura that a rich person should have. What do you mean by this? I don't have that much money to accompany you. Li Ye stared at Lu Hai angrily. From the looks of it, Li Ye was going to win this round. But after Lu Hai did this, Li Ye didn't even have the money to open her cards, so she could only give up. Beauty Xiaoya, don't be anxious. How could I, Lu Hai, do such a thing? I said, I will give you money for free this round. As long as you bring in 100,000, I will let you open your cards. If you win, my 5 million will be yours. Lu Hai smiled as he looked at Li Ye, as if 5 million was nothing in his eyes. Li Ye was already excited in her heart. She had a 90% chance of winning. That was 5 million. Even Li Ye, this little miser, was moved. All right, I'll follow. Li Ye pushed all the remaining chips on the table in one go. Everyone nodded their heads. Everyone could tell that Brother Hai was deliberately throwing money in order to pick up girls. Only Qin Feng secretly shook his head, the corner of his mouth raised into a meaningful bitter smile. Both sides were stuck, and now they were going to reveal their cards. Li Ye looked at her own cards, which were K, Q, 10, 9, and Lu Hai's were 9, 5, 3, 2. It was obvious that she had a higher chance of winning this round. Beauty Xiaoya, your cards are bigger than mine. You can reveal them first. Lu Hai's laughter came over. Li Ye kept feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure it out for a while. Just as Li Ye's jade hand touched her trump card, Qin Feng's voice came from beside her ear. Beauty, you've lost. Li Ye, who was about to flip her card, suddenly trembled. She had always thought that Qin Feng didn't know how to play cards. But when Qin Feng suddenly said such a thing, Li Ye was confused. She turned her head and glared at Qin Feng, gritting her teeth and shouting, Can you not curse me? That's all I've got. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Li Ye would definitely lose this round. Qin Feng was only speaking the truth. Since Li Ye did not believe him, Qin Feng did not care about her. Pow! Li Ye suddenly flipped over her trump card and gracefully threw it on the table. In her memories, her trump card was AJ. That way, Li Ye would be able to win. However, when her trump card was flipped over, it actually turned out to be a mismatched little 3, causing Li Ye to be dumbfounded. Beauty Xiaoya's luck is a bit bad. Otherwise, it would be a great shun card. But this way, you still have a chance to win. Maybe my trump card is even smaller. Seeing the little 3 that Li Ye had pulled out, Lu Hai pretended to be surprised. It was full of drama and had tricked everyone into it. Li Ye still had not regained her senses. She clearly remembered that her trump card was J. How did it become a little 3? Could it be that Lu Hai had secretly changed his cards? But Li Ye quickly dispelled that thought. She was afraid that Lu Hai would cheat midway, so she kept an eye on Lu Hai's actions. She did not notice that Lu Hai had changed his cards. All right, now it's my turn. Beauty Xiaoya, don't worry, my trump card is definitely very small. I sincerely hope that I can lose to Beauty Xiaoya. Lu Hai smiled as he looked at Li Ye. With a flip of his fat hand, his trump card appeared. It was a little 5 which just so happened to form a small pair with a little 5 on the open card, suppressing Lia's card. Why did you flip Zhang Wu out? You really can't even lose money if you want to. Beauty Xiaoya, thank you for letting me win. After Lu Hai saw his trump card, he pretended to be extremely regretful. Lia did not care about Lu Hai's words at all. She was so angry that she wanted to die. Lia clearly remembered that her trump card was J, and Lu Hai's trump card was a 6. Now that both of their trump cards had changed, how could no one change their cards? Even if you beat Lia to death, she wouldn't believe it. Lia looked at Lu Hai's exaggerated expression and immediately understood that Lu Hai must have done something to it. If Lia was really unlucky and lost 100,000, then she would admit it without a second thought. However, Lu Hai had won her money by cheating, so how could Lia let it go? Lia's face immediately turned cold. She was about to expose the matter of Lu Hai changing the cards in front of everyone, but before she could say anything, Qin Feng suddenly reached out and pulled her from the table into his embrace from behind. You silly girl, don't speak nonsense. Qin Feng's voice sounded beside Lia's ears, and the hot air made Lia's body itchy. P.S. Recommending an urban novel to a friend. This brother just went to the hospital yesterday because he stayed up all night writing. Both of his arms were on in 4 drip, and he was still writing with his feet. It was really touching. Those who have a shortage of books can go and read his book. The Most Awesome Star, Qin Wu's Masterpiece. Chapter 711. Just as Lia was about to question Lu Hai, in the end, with Qin Feng's actions, Lia's body immediately went limp, lying in Qin Feng's embrace. She did not even have the strength to get up, let alone question Lu Hai. Music percent when percent. Qin Feng did not give Lia a chance to speak, and took the opportunity to touch Lia's long legs, then fiercely slapped them and angrily scolded. You prodigal woman, who told you to bet with that shit head? How dare you make your own decisions? Look at you now. You've squandered all your money. I think you're asking for a beating, bitch. As Qin Feng berated Lia, he slapped her thigh a few times. Every slap was loud and clear, and Lia's thigh was red from the slap. When the onlookers saw this, they gritted their teeth in anger. Some of the strong men even wanted to rush up and beat Qin Feng up. What was wrong with this man? How could he not cherish such a delicate and beautiful woman? How could he bear to lay his hands on her? What's more, the beautiful lady lost the money from her own card. What right do you have to teach her a lesson? No matter how dissatisfied everyone was, as long as Lia was willing to stay, they could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng picked up such a big bargain. Actually, Qin Feng's attack looked ruthless, but Lia did not feel any pain. Instead, her body felt itchy, as if she had been electrocuted. Lia wanted to struggle free from Qin Feng's embrace. She felt that this action was too ambiguous. She had never been so intimate with a man before. Stop moving around. If you want to win back your $100,000, you'll have to cooperate with me later. Don't act on your own. Qin Feng's face came closer, pretending to be sniffing Lia's neck, but in reality he was whispering to Lia. Lia's neck was itchy, and her ears were red from embarrassment. She did not dare to move recklessly now and listen to Qin Feng's arrangements. Qin Feng and Lia intimately bit the root of their ears, while Lu Hai sat on the opposite side and was treated as heir. He was so angry that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Mainlander, who did you say is the shithead? Are you fucking looking for trouble? Xiaoya, tell me, is that person a shithead? Qin Feng was too lazy to even look at Lu Hai, and carried Lia down from his embrace. Lia immediately nodded her head and said seriously, he's the head of shit, it smells bad just by looking at him. Lia's cute expression carried a trace of charm, causing the hearts of the onlookers to melt. Everyone had long discovered that Lu Hai had come over with a head full of shit, but everyone was worried about Lu Hai's power, so no one dared to say it out loud. Many people were trying their best to hold back their laughter, and the corners of their mouths were about to become crooked. "You, what kind of taste do you have? He simply doesn't understand fashion trends." Lu Hai was so angry that he panted heavily. Originally, he was very proud of his new style, but now he suddenly felt a little disgusted with his hairstyle. Lu Hai said that Qin Feng was tasteless, but he secretly pressed his hair down, trying to suppress his poop style. That's right. This time, it's not a poop head anymore. This is a big head that was half eaten by a dog. It's much sexier than the previous one. Qin Feng chuckled as he looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai was so angry that his chest rose and fell, but in the end he did not dare to explode. This was the first time Leah felt that Qin Feng was so humorous. She laughed coquettishly, causing everyone's eyes to stare blankly. You poor bastard. You've already lost all your money. What's there to be arrogant about? I'll give you a chance now. As long as you're willing to break up with the beauty Xiaoya, you can take away the 5 million on this table at any time. Lu Hai was so angry that he was about to cry. He had always been stingy, but now he was so generous. He was prepared to use 5 million to smash Qin Feng's face. Lu Hai did not believe that Qin Feng would not be tempted by the temptation of so much money. Darling, don't. Leah became nervous. Based on her understanding of Qin Feng, this person might really abandon her for 5 million. If that was really the case, then Li Ye's face would be completely lost. Before Li Ye could finish speaking, Qin Feng pulled her into his embrace, stared at Lu Hai with a cold face, and shouted, "Shithead! What nonsense are you talking about? You want to buy my family's little darling with 5 million? Who do you think I, Qiao Feng, am? Let me tell you, less than 100 million, no need to talk." The first part of Qin Feng's words were aggressive and mighty, causing Li Ye to be almost intoxicated. However, after hearing the second half of Qin Feng's words, Li Ye started to secretly pinch Qin Feng's lower back. Lu Hai was startled. He thought that he had heard wrongly 100 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Humph, as expected of a pauper from the continent. One look and you can tell that you've never seen money before. Why don't you just call me a billion? Lu Hai complained. I, Qiao Feng, do not have much money, but I'm still better than you. You can't even take out 100 million, and you still have the nerve to pursue my family Xiaoya? Do you think Xiaoya isn't worth 100 million? In my heart, even a billion can't buy a kiss from Xiaoya. As a seduction saint, Qiao Feng's coaxing words came out of his mouth. He casually said a few words, and immediately made Li Ye's heart burst with joy. Li Ye secretly glanced at the side of Qiao Feng's face, and discovered that although this man looked extremely ordinary, the domineering aura on his body and between his brows was too enchanting. Lu Hai was about to be angered to death by Qin Feng today. He knew that Qin Feng was just a pauper and only knew how to blabber. If you have the ability, why don't you take out 1 billion to buy a kiss from Li Ye? You don't even have a single fucking cent. You even let Li Ye pay for the bet. Where did you get the confidence to say these words? TSK, anyone can brag, a pauper like you can only brag. Since you don't even have the money to gamble with Lousy, then hurry up and scram. Looking at Lousy's eyes is dirty. Lu Hai glared at Qin Feng and shouted. Qin Feng did not mind. He slapped Li Ye's thigh and shouted, "Why don't you know what's going on? Hurry up and take out another bank card. Swipe 100,000 for me to gamble." Qin Feng acted like a gambler, and the onlookers were angered by his actions. Li Ye had just developed a good impression of Qin Feng, but now it was gone with a single roar from Qin Feng. Li Ye glared at Qin Feng angrily and said, "Darling, I've lost all my money. How about let's go home?" "What do you mean by going home? Don't you have any change in your card? Take out all the change and exchange it for chips." Qin Feng patted Leo again, and Leah did not dare to talk back anymore. She only had a little more than 1,000 left in her card, so she could only exchange for 1,000 chips. In the Dafu gambling city, the lowest chip was at least 1,000, and 1,000 chips were the same size as a 50-cent silver coin. Even Leah felt ashamed to exchange them. Eh, are you really asking for a beating? I told you to change the chips. Why are you dawdling? Do you still want to go to bed tonight? Seeing that Leah was dawdling, Qin Feng shouted at her again. Leah gritted her teeth in anger. She could only hand the bank card over to the dealer and said with a voice as weak as a mosquito, exchange for $1,000 worth of chips. A wave of sighs came from the surrounding crowd. These people could not understand. A great beauty like Leah, what kind of rich second generation would not be able to get her hands on? Why would she fall for a bastard like Qiao Feng? The dealer shook his head, but he still quickly swiped his card and threw a small chip to Qin Feng. Qin Feng received the chip, laughed, and looked at Lu Hai, then shouted, "Come, I will play with you for a while. Do you want to buy more chips? Don't run out of chips later." Qin Feng boasted shamelessly. The surrounding people all looked at him with disdain, and even spoke ill of Qin Feng behind his back. Even Leah, who was in his embrace, had no face, and buried her head in Qin Feng's embrace, too embarrassed to reveal it. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear the discussions of the crowd, and glanced at the dealer. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and deal the cards." "Humph! What are you shouting for, stinking country bumpkin?" The dealer looked down on Qin Feng and complained before starting to deal the cards. This time, Qin Feng personally went up, but in Lu Hai's eyes, Qin Feng was just a country bumpkin. He was not as strong as Leah. Just now, when Lu Hai was gambling with Leah, he realized that Leah had even learned some gambling techniques. But Qin Feng did not remember his cards at the start, nor did he observe the situation. He had a lazy and leisurely expression on his face, as if he was on a vacation. A cold smile flashed across Lu Hai's eyes. This kind of trash still wanted to gamble with him? He was simply looking for a beating. The first card had already been dealt. From the start, Qin Feng had been absent-minded. Li sat in Qin Feng's embrace and had been paying attention to the game. According to the results of Lia's cards, Qin Feng would definitely lose this round. "Qiao Feng, you're going to lose this round. Don't follow." After the first card was dealt, Qin Feng began to speak. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Lia's words and was using his mind to communicate with the little pig. "Little pig, what level of gambling skill do you need to defeat that shithead?" "Master, you only need to buy the elementary gambling skill. 500 hedonist points." The little pig said. Qin Feng thought for a bit. This gambling skill was very practical in real life. With an unparalleled gambling skill, he wouldn't have to worry about getting all the beauties in the world. "I'll directly buy the advanced gambling skill." Qin Feng thought for a bit and spent 5,000 hedonist points to buy the advanced gambling skill. Immediately, a powerful wave of memories surged in Qin Feng's mind and quickly fused with Qin Feng's original memories. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt as if he was possessed by the gambling king. He directly threw the 1,000 chips on the table and shouted, "Shuttle clam!" Shuttle clam? Qin Feng's actions stunned everyone. These people had seen many gambles, but this was the first time they'd seen someone play shuttle toad with only one open card. Also, Qin Feng's wager was a bit too fucking small. It was only 1,000 chips, which was the size of a coin, thrown onto the table. It was comical to watch. Lu Hai stared blankly for a moment, then quickly came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Huh, shuttle clam? You poor brat, using 1,000 chips to play shuttle clam with Lousy? Why are you so funny? You're really going to make Lousy die of laughter." Lu Hai was truly amused, and he laughed so hard that tears flowed out. Leah had already started to struggle in Qin Feng's embrace, wanting to get out. Leah felt that she had completely lost face today, and she wanted to escape. Recently, the number of subscriptions has been dropping rapidly. I hope everyone will continue to subscribe and support. Otherwise, if the results are too bad, the website will request for the book to be completed as soon as possible. Young master, Du does not want it to end now. How far the book can go depends on everyone's official subscription. If you want to see pirated copies, please come to Zongheng Net's official subscription support. $5 a month is really not much. Hedonist Sovereign, official website. Chapter 712. Did you eat a fart? Or was there something wrong with your nerves? What are you laughing at? Do you dare to play with me? Qin Feng stared at Lu Hai with a serious expression and complained to him. Lu Hai finally had enough of laughing. He held back his laughter and arrogantly shouted, "You're asking me if I dare to play with you? Haha, you're going to make me laugh again. You're so poor that you only have 1,000 chips left, right? Come, I'll directly throw 100,000 chips to play with you. This is the money that Beauty Xiaoya lost before. If you have the guts, then win it back." Lu Hai had recorded the cards. He was definitely going to win this round. Even if he had to throw 5 million chips in, Lu Hai was not afraid. "All right, then let's continue dealing the cards." Qin Feng calmly swept his gaze over the 100,000 chips, as if he was looking at $10. Li Ye angrily pinched Qin Feng's lower back to vent her anger. She had already told Qin Feng not to play this round. He would definitely lose this round. But Qin Feng did not listen to her advice. This time, she had thrown in the last 1,000 yuan. Leah felt sad. Just thinking about it, that was the family fortune she had saved for 3 years. Since the two of them were already playing, the dealer directly gave out the 3 cards back. Lu Hai's 4 cards were 456 Xiao Shun, plus a big K. Qin Feng's 4 cards were a pair of small 3s, plus a small 7s and a J's. Just from the looks of it, Qin Feng had obviously lost, and both Li Ye and Lu Hai had recorded the cards, so Qin Feng's trump card was not 3 at all. So Qin Feng would definitely lose this round. "I told you not to follow a long time ago. Now that you've lost the last $1,000, I won't even be able to eat instant noodles this month." Seeing that the last $1,000 had also been lost, Leah glared at Qin Feng angrily. Qin Feng smiled as he hugged Leah, his big hands unrestrainedly touching her white stockings. "Xiaoya, you're my woman. Why are you always speaking up for others? And you keep cursing me to lose. Are you trying to rebel?" "Pa!" Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a slap sounded out. Leah immediately felt a numbness coming from her thigh. She was so angry that she almost exploded. Leah wanted to shout at Qin Feng, but when the words reached her mouth, she did not say anything. Of course, she did not wish for Qin Feng to lose. But Qin Feng did not listen to her advice. Seeing Qin Feng touching Leah's beautiful legs in all sorts of ways, Lu Hai was so angry that he was about to die. He did not even have the mood to win and shouted at Qin Feng, "You poor bastard of the continent, hurry up and scram. If you don't have money, then don't learn from others to pick up girls and gamble. A man like you, whoever follows, you will have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Beauty Xiaoya, do you want to change men? Why are you following this bastard?" Lu Hai shouted as he began to flip the cards. As soon as the card fell, Lu Hai prepared to get up and grab Qin Feng's chips without even looking. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed him. "Brat, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word after losing 1,000 yuan? Hurry up and let go, or I'll call someone over to kill you." Qin Feng's big hand was like a vice. Lu Hai could not pull it out at all. "Brother shithead, I haven't even shown my trump card yet. Why are you already grabbing my chips? This is not good." Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Lu Hai's threat and looked at Lu Hai with a smile. Lu Hai glared at Qin Feng and shouted, "I have 456, little Shun. You don't need to turn that broken card over. You will definitely lose. Also, Laozi is warning you one last time. Laozi is not your little brother shithead. All right, since you don't want me to call you little brother shithead, then I won't call you that. Brother Ice Orange Juice, don't be in such a hurry. Let's wait for me to show my trump card first." Qin Feng had a bright smile on his face as he flipped over his trump card. Just as his trump card landed on the table, Cries of surprise came from all around. How is this possible? This brat is so lucky. Damn, 3-3. It's just enough to suppress Brother Hai's little shun. Such a bastard can win? Does the heavens have eyes or not? Everyone was stunned. Lu Hai was dumbfounded. Even Leah was shocked and jumped up excitedly. On the surface, Qin Feng's cards were a pair of 3, and if this card met Lu Hai's Zai Shunzi, he would definitely lose. However, he never would have thought that Qin Feng's trump card was another 3, making it 3 and directly counterattacking and winning. Fuck, how is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. After Lu Hai regained his senses, he immediately started cursing. Leah felt that this result was somewhat inconceivable, because Qin Feng's trump card was clearly not 3. Brother Ice Orange Juice, why is it impossible? You make it sound like you know my trump card. You can't be cheating, right? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai was so scared that his face turned white, and he immediately stopped shouting. He glared at Qin Feng angrily, as if he wanted to skin Qin Feng alive, and after a long while he finally said, "Cough, cough. You should just call me little brother shithead." No one else knew what the meaning of the ice orange juice was. Even Li Ye could not understand why Lu Hai would voluntarily let Qin Feng call him shithead. Everyone looked at Lu Hai in astonishment. Lu Hai took the initiative to admit defeat, and Qin Feng had already taken the 100,000 chips to his table. Li still had not regained her senses. Qiao Feng actually won this round? His 100,000 savings came back? Ah, darling, you're so great. You helped me win back the money. I'm so happy. I'll let you do whatever you want tonight. Li Ye excitedly hugged Qin Feng's neck. She had worked hard and saved up this $100,000. And now that Qin Feng had won the money back, Leah was so excited that she forgot herself. Qin Feng smelled the fragrance on Leah's body and allowed her to jump along with her as she jumped softly against his chest. That feeling was indescribably refreshing. After jumping for a while, Leah suddenly regained her senses and immediately let go of Qin Feng's neck and shyly retreated to the side. The two of them were so sweet that Lu Hai wanted to vomit blood. Until now, Lu Hai still did not understand. How could he lose? Country bumpkin, didn't you just win 100,000 chips? Look at how excited you are. Have you really never seen money before? It's simply a disgrace. Lu Hai angrily mocked Qin Feng. Right now, he could only say some words to anger Qin Feng, but in the end, he found out that Qin Feng did not care at all. $100,000 is not a lot. The main thing is that I used $1,000 to win $100,000 from you. This is worth me being happy about. This is the first time I've seen an idiot like you. Qin Feng also did not know what Lu Hai was thinking. He clearly could not beat him in a quarrel, but he still wanted to scold him for no reason. So of course Qin Feng would be happy to fulfill other people's requests. You, don't fucking say useless things. Come, let's continue. Lu Hai was so angry that he did not even dare to scold Qin Feng. He could only continue to gamble. He did not believe that with his gambling skills, he could not even deal with a country bumpkin from a continent. Darling, I'm so tired. Let's go home, okay? I'll go back and serve you. Leah immediately pulled Qin Feng and started to act coquettishly. This Hong Kong beauty was truly invincible when she acted coquettishly. Her voice was soft and coquettish, causing the surrounding tourists to feel their bodies go soft. What are you going home for? I was just having fun. Let's continue playing. I'll go home and take care of you, you little demoness. Qin Feng was ignited by Li Ye's coquettish look and could not help but pinch Li Ye's thigh. Li Ye did not want Qin Feng to continue gambling. In her opinion, Qin Feng was able to win the last round because he was lucky. It was not easy to earn back this $100,000, so Li Ye did not want to lose it anymore. Woo-woo, darling, don't gamble anymore. I want it now. Li Ye had no other choice but to continue acting coquettishly towards Qin Feng. A ball of fire rose in Qin Feng's stomach. He wished that he could take care of Li Ye. this little demoness on the spot. Do you want it now? All right then. Shithead. Wait a moment, I'll get intimate with the baby first, then we'll bet again. As Qin Feng spoke, he pulled Leah into his embrace and started to take off her clothes. Leah and everyone else were stunned. What was this person trying to do? Could it be settled on the spot? That was great. Ah. Darling, what are you doing? Leah was so scared that she started to resist. Didn't you say you couldn't wait? Then hurry up. Qin Feng had an evil smile on his face. What? Right here? You're sick. No, don't. Leah was so angry that her face turned black, and she almost exploded. Qin Feng was only trying to scare Leah. If he didn't scare this woman, he wouldn't be able to control her. Qin Feng stopped, stared at Leah, and shouted, all right, if you want to come and not come, then just obediently sit at the side and watch me play cards. If you dare to spout any more nonsense, be careful that I don't divorce you. From start to finish, Qin Feng had always displayed a kind of male chauvinism towards Leah, causing the surrounding tourists to be extremely jealous of Qin Feng. Why couldn't they find a woman as beautiful and obedient as Leah? Leah angrily sat at the side and did not say anything. Qin Feng returned to his seat, looked at Lu Hai and laughed. Brother Shithead, continue. Dealer, deal the cards. Lu Hai was too lazy to waste words with Qin Feng right now. He could not wait to win all of Qin Feng's money at the gambling table, to make him lose so much that he did not even have his pants left, and to make him run naked in the great wealth gambling city. Lu Hai roared, causing the dealer's entire body to tremble, and he immediately started to deal the cards. This time, Qin Feng was the same as before, putting on a sloppy look. He did not remember the cards, nor did he observe Lu Hai's situation. He even ordered a bottle of red wine, crossed his legs, and started drinking by himself. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Hai's mouth curled into a cold smile. This round, his cards were 3 big KS. He did not believe that he would not be able to kill Qin Feng. The first trump card and the first open card were dealt. The open card was Qin Feng's little 3, Lu Hai's big K. According to the rules, Lu Hai spoke first. Hee, brother Qiao Feng, I feel like you're going to win this round. Lu Hai chuckled as he looked at Qin Feng. Leah had also memorized the cards just now. She knew that Lu Hai would get 3 big KS this round, and Qin Feng was just a bunch of small cards. How could he win? Chapter 713. Oh, really? Brother Poophead, you're not lying to me, are you? Your first card is the big king, and I'm only a small 3. Do you think I'll win this round? Is that for real? Qin Feng looked at Lu Hai with a doubtful expression. Lu Hai thought to himself that Qin Feng was not really stupid, and continued to laugh. Brother Qiao Feng, who am I? I am one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong. Would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, then forget it. I'll give you money for free. I'll give you 100,000. Lu Hai casually threw 100,000 chips onto the table, as if he was throwing 10 packs of spicy strips. No, you must be lying to me. I'm not following this round. Qin Feng immediately refused to follow. Sigh. Don't, Brother Qiao Feng. Believe me, you'll definitely win this round. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to throw away his cards, Lu Hai hurriedly reached out his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Are you forcing me to play cards with you? There's no such rule here, right? Qin Feng stared at Lu Hai in dissatisfaction. As one of the 6 biggest gambling cities in Hong Kong, the rules and order were very strict. Of course, there were no rules that forced customers to follow. Even though Lu Hai had always been shouting that he was one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong, he did not dare to act recklessly in the great wealth gambling city. Otherwise, he would have made a move on Qin Feng long ago. Hee, of course there are no such unreasonable rules in the great wealth gambling city. I just want to give some money to my brother for free. Why don't you want it? Lu Hai continued to trick Qin Feng. Do you think I'm stupid? You have a high chance of winning this round. You want to trick me? All right, how about this? You go up 100,000, I'll follow 1,000. If you're willing, I'll follow immediately. Qin Feng's words immediately caused a commotion. Everyone looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. 1,000 chips with 100,000 chips? This was 100 times worse. Did you think Brother Hai was an idiot? All right then, let's do it. Before the discussion could end, Lu Hai suddenly slapped the table and cheered. The onlookers stared at him and immediately shut their mouths. Haha, Brother Poophead is really rich, all right. Then I'll follow 1,000. Qin Feng threw 1,000 chips on the table. Lu Hai was extremely happy. He was sure that he would win this round. So what if he used a 100-to-1 ratio to play with Qin Feng? In the end, it was still his own money. The second card had been dealt. Lu Hai was another big K. Everything was under his control. Qin Feng received a Lil 4. Lil 3 and Lil 4 looked pitiful together, and many people couldn't help but laugh. Go ahead and play. It's better if you lose. Who are you? I can't even persuade him. What a pig brain. Li glanced at Qin Feng's cards and angrily started to complain in a low voice. 1 million. This time, Lu Hai raised the stakes and directly threw out 1,000,000 chips. Then should I just follow 10,000? Qin Feng looked at Lu Hai and laughed. Of course, my big brother Hai has a lot of credibility in Hong Kong. Previously, I said that I would bet 100-to-1 with you. So this round will be calculated at this rate. Lu Hai said heroically. All right, then I'll follow 10,000. Who knows? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to win this round. Brother Poophead, don't you think so? Qin Feng threw 10,000 chips on the table. Li felt as if a piece of flesh on her arm had been cut off by Qin Feng and thrown out. Lu Hai laughed so hard that the fat on his face trembled. He was about to die of laughter from Qin Feng's fluke mentality. Yes, yes. Brother Qiao Feng's way of thinking is really too right. Only with this kind of thinking can you win money. I think this brother will definitely win. You just have to follow. Lu Hai laughed for a while, then gave the dealer a look, and the dealer began to deal the third card. Lu Hai threw out another big K. This time, the 3 big Ks gathered together, causing a wave of exclamations. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, TSK, brother shithead, this card of yours is amazing. 3 cards are 3 big kings, and if another king comes out, then you'll be invincible. Haha, how could that be? My 3 big kings are all dog shit luck. There won't be any more kings. Lu Hai was afraid that Qin Feng would be scared away by his own cards, so he hurriedly comforted Qin Feng. Qin Feng's third card also came out a small 6. This time, Qin Feng's 3 cards were 346, causing another round of laughter. Damn it, how can I play like this? I'm not playing anymore. I'm definitely going to lose this round. Qin Feng looked at the 3 cards and shook his head, looking like he was about to throw away his cards. Lu Hai immediately started to persuade Qin Feng again. Brother Qiao Feng, don't throw away your cards. You've already followed twice. It's such a pity to throw away your cards now. How about this? I'll throw the remaining 4 million up, and you can follow up with 40,000. Li Ye's heart was aching. With such an obvious losing card, if Qin Feng continued to follow, then he would just die. No, I'll definitely lose with this card. I can't follow. Qin Feng finally said something that made Li Ye happy, and Li Ye's hanging stone relaxed. However, before she could completely fall to the ground, Qin Feng added, How about this? I'll throw in the remaining 90,000 yuan, and you go and buy 5 million yuan worth of chips. After that, we'll reveal our cards, so that I won't lose this round and still have 50,000 yuan worth of chips left. I feel very unhappy. Lu Hai and the surrounding people were all stunned. Li Ye was biting her lips so hard that she wanted to jump up and give Qin Feng a kick to the head, directly kicking this infuriating fellow's head away. Aha. All right, I think Brother Qiao Feng's suggestion is too good. Dealer, hurry up and give me another 5 million chips. Lu Hai was just worrying about how to scam all of Qin Feng's 100,000 chips in one go. Now that Qin Feng had thought of a way for him, Lu Hai was so happy that he wanted to jump up. "Brother Hai, your 5 million chips." Very quickly, the dealer exchanged the chips. The chips added up to 10 million yuan were piled up like a small hill. Shuttle clam. Lu Hai pushed with both hands, and all 10 million chips were placed on the table. An imperceptible sneer flashed across the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. With a light push, 100,000 chips were also placed on the table. "I'll follow you." "Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Open your cards. Hurry up and open your cards." When Lu Hai saw that Qin Feng had thrown in 100,000 chips, he excitedly asked the dealer to continue dealing cards. The fourth card quickly fell. Lu Hai was no longer a big K, but a queen. Qin Feng's card was still very small, a small 7. "Brat, I'll show my trump card first. Open your dog eyes and look carefully." After Qin Feng's chips were pushed out, Lu Hai's attitude towards Qin Feng immediately changed. Like a chameleon, he was still calling Qin Feng brother before, but now he was calling Qin Feng a stinking brat. Pow! Lu Hai's trump card was thrown out. AJ. Lu Hai's 5 cards were 3 big Ks, plus a J's and a Q's, which looked very imposing. Looking at Qin Feng's side, the 4 cards were 3467. It was so funny that people would die from laughter. TSK, TSK. Little brother shithead, you really are lucky. To get such a good card, I'm obviously going to lose this round. All right, Xiaoya, come and help me flip my trump card. I can't even bear to look at it anymore. Qin Feng called out to Leah, but Leah angrily sat at the side and refused to come over. "I told you not to gamble earlier, but you insisted on gambling. Now that you know you're going to lose, you want me to flip the cards? Xiaoya, come quickly. Are you being disobedient again?" Qin Feng went up and pulled Leah over. Leah glared at Qin Feng angrily, wishing that she could bite Qin Feng to death. She did not even look at the trump card, and extended her slender jade hand to casually flip it over. After flipping it over, she did not even look at the trump card and glared at Qin Feng and shouted, "Big bastard, are you satisfied now? 100,000 yuan, that's my old money." As Li Ye's voice fell, the surrounding people immediately cried out in alarm. When everyone saw Li Ye's trump card, they were all scared silly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're all spades. This is a straight flush. Damn, isn't this beauty's luck too good? Sure enough, there's a fragrance in her hands. How can the cards she flips over be bad? A straight flush against a big 3, I.O. This time, Brother Hai has suffered a huge loss. The sound of discussion was endless. Lu Hai had not come back to his senses since he saw Qin Feng's trump card. He kept his eyes open, and his nostrils turned out as he stared at the 5 of spades in the trump card. He wished he could swallow this card alive. What, did I flip to Black Heart 5? Aha! It really is a straight flush. Leah cried out in alarm. Her voice could pierce through a person's eardrums. When she found out that she had actually won this round of gambling, she was about to go crazy. Leah suddenly leaped up and directly jumped onto Qin Feng's waist. A pair of white legs clamped onto Qin Feng's waist. Her hands tightly wrapped around Qin Feng's neck, and her entire body hung onto Qin Feng's body. Oh, I won, I really won. Darling, am I very powerful? Leah was so excited that she really treated Qin Feng as her man. Qin Feng was afraid that Leah would fall down, so he dragged her butt and supported her back. Leah's body was extremely soft and fragrant, causing Qin Feng to be a little intoxicated. Everyone was exclaiming in admiration at this bet, especially Leah's last turn. It was simply a huge reversal. Only Qin Feng's expression was calm, because from the beginning of this bet, he had already expected this result. That's not right. Your trump card is clearly not Black Heart 5. I suspect that you cheated. After Lu Hai came back to his senses, he suddenly shouted. His abrupt shout scared everyone out of their wits. This was one of the 6 biggest gambling cities in Hong Kong, the rich and powerful gambling city. All cheating was strictly prohibited here, and once it was discovered, the consequences would be severe. If Chin Feng really cheated, no one dared to imagine the severe consequences that Chin Feng would face. You don't spout nonsense. My darling doesn't even know how to play cards. He only won because of his dog-shit luck. How could he cheat? Lia's heartbeat started to speed up. She had a grudge against Chin Feng before, but Chin Feng had just helped her win 10 million, which made Lia have a good impression of Chin Feng. Lia had also memorized the cards, and Chin Feng's trump card was indeed not Black Heart 5. Lia was a little worried now. If Chin Feng really cheated, then he would probably never be able to leave Hong Kong again. What you said doesn't count. In short, I suspect that this mainland kid cheated. I request to search his body. Lu Hai lost 10 million, and his entire person was in a bad state. Lu Hai didn't even have the mood to pick up girls anymore. He was no longer polite to Lia, and shouted at her with a loud voice. Lia was so angry that she wanted to scold him, but Chin Feng had a calm expression on his face. While tasting the red wine, he hugged Lia with one hand and smiled at Lu Hai. All right, then let's search. Recently, I am preparing to give the protagonist a purple dagger as a weapon. Everyone, think about the name, for example, the Infinity Blade. If there's a good name, I will use it. If you want to see a pirated version, please come to the vertical and horizontal network to leave a message, because I can't see your messages on the pirated website. You can also leave a message if you like the female lead. Young Master, will add more plots to the female lead according to the support rate of the message. Chapter 714. All right, then let's search. Chin Feng's light and breezy words stunned everyone. Did this person not know the price of cheating in Dafu Gambling City? Or could it be that he really didn't cheat? Lu Hai and Liu were both stunned. They had memorized the cards and knew that someone must have cheated before. It was obviously impossible for Lu Hai to change the card for Chin Feng, so this card could only be changed by Chin Feng himself. However, from Chin Feng's confident attitude, it was as if he had never cheated before. Dealer, go and search carefully. Don't let go of even the slightest bit of place. Lu Hai gave the dealer a look, and the dealer immediately nodded. In the Dafu Gambling City, if one party suspected the other party of cheating, they could be searched by the dealer who was in charge of issuing the cards on the spot. This was in line with the rules of the gambling city. Wait, there's no problem with searching the body, but I can't let you search my body. I don't like being touched by a man. Just as the dealer walked to Chin Feng's side, Chin Feng pushed him away. Just now, when Lu Hai and the dealer looked at each other, Chin Feng saw the problem. When he searched his body, even if he didn't have a hidden card on him, the dealer would still secretly throw a card at Chin Feng. According to the rules of the gambling city, the body search must be carried out by the dealer on the spot. Don't dawdle, or else I'll get the security here to arrest you. Lu Hai naturally did not agree to Chin Feng's suggestion. Not letting the dealer search his body? Then how could he frame Chin Feng? Chin Feng's expression did not change and said with a light smile, I suspect that you are secretly colluding with this dealer. What if this brat throws a card on me when he searches my body? Then wouldn't I fall into the Yellow River and not be able to wash myself clean? How about this? Let Xiao Yi search my body. If you still don't agree, then go ahead and call the security guards. In any case, I didn't cheat. Chin Feng tilted his body and shook his legs, putting on the appearance of a hoodlum. Lu Hai was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was indeed preparing to secretly collude with the dealer to frame Chin Feng, but he did not expect that Chin Feng would see through him. Lu Hai was already feeling a little guilty, and he did not dare to make a big deal out of this. If he really alarmed the upper echelons of the rich and powerful gambling city, then things would not be so easy to resolve. All right, then let Beauty Littleya do the body search. All of us are watching. Beauty Littleya, you better not play any tricks. Lu Hai agreed. Since he was watching the entire process, he was not afraid of Leah and Xiao Feng playing any tricks. Leah was also a little worried about Qin Feng. Seeing that Lu Hai had agreed to let her search Qin Feng's body, Leah immediately started. "Darling, don't move around. I'm going to search your body." Leah winked at Qin Feng, looking extremely alluring. The onlookers' bodies once again melted. Everyone wished they could swap places with Qin Feng and let the beauty search their bodies. Qin Feng had already raised both of his hands and looked at Leah with a smile. His scorching gaze made Leah feel a little uncomfortable. "Be honest. You're not really hiding your cards, are you? Do you want to die?" Leah had already walked close to Qin Feng and whispered into his ear. Qin Feng stretched out his neck and blew a breath of hot air into Leah's ear. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and search." Leah wanted to help Qin Feng out of goodwill, but in the end, Qin Feng had this kind of attitude. Leah took a step back and glared at Qin Feng angrily. Leah was half bent over and was less than half a meter away from Qin Feng. Qin Feng's gaze moved down slightly, and he could see the scenery under Leah's red qipao. Leah felt uncomfortable being looked at like this. She could only pretend that she did not know anything, and searched Qin Feng's shirt pockets and suit pockets. Leah's face suddenly turned red. Her lily-white hands unbuttoned Qin Feng's white shirt and started to search inside. Leah's body search technique was very skillful, as if she had practiced it before. Her movements were quick and fierce, and the scope of her search was from the outside to the inside, from the important hiding places to the hidden hiding places. She felt like a police officer. The process of the body search was very erotic, causing everyone to feel like they were on fire. Qin Feng had a smirk on his face, and intentionally put on an expression of enjoyment. Leah was so angry that she wanted to slap Qin Feng several times. "I'm done searching. I didn't find anything." Leah searched Qin Feng's pants pockets and upper body. She even took off Qin Feng's shirt, but she did not find anything. Leah was a little suspicious. Qin Feng really did not cheat? Then, who was the one who changed Qin Feng's trump card? Leah had searched Qin Feng's body in front of everyone, and she had searched very carefully. Even Lu Hai and the dealer had nothing to say, and they believed that Qin Feng really did not have any hidden cards on him. Everyone was speechless, but Qin Feng did not stop there. He suddenly grabbed Leah's wrist and pulled her over and said while grinning, "Xiaoya, how can you be considered to have finished searching? Even if I'm your man, you can't protect me so openly, right? Isn't the underwear not searched yet? Maybe the card is hidden inside." Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, everyone's faces darkened, and they cursed Qin Feng in their hearts. This person was too fucking shameless. Leah was startled for a moment, and when she regained her senses, she almost crippled Qin Feng with her leg. Did this person still want face? Cough, cough. Forget it. There's no need to search anymore. I don't think a country bumpkin like you would dare to cheat in front of me. Lu Hai could not stand it any longer. He did not even plan to continue searching. How can I do that? This is no longer a problem of cheating. This has escalated to a problem of my reputation. Although I'm a little poor, I'm an upright person. I've never done anything sneaky. Don't stop me. Lilia has to search today. Qin Feng suddenly shouted. His aura was surging and majestic, scaring everyone to the point that they did not dare to speak. You're crazy. Leah was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She could tell that this stinking brat Qin Feng wanted to take advantage of her. I don't want to search. You really don't want to search? All right then, there's something I need to tell Brother Shithead, Xiaoya, and I. Seeing that Leah was unhappy, Qin Feng was not worried at all, and went to chat with Lu Hai with a rogue expression. Leah was so angry that she pouted. She even regretted using Xiao Feng, this stinking man, as a shield. She had originally wanted to trick Qin Feng, but in the end, she seemed to have been tricked by Qin Feng instead. Darling, you're so annoying. It's fine to search at home, but I won't be shy outside. Li did not wait for Qin Feng to admit the relationship between the two of them, and immediately ran over to hold Qin Feng's arm. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just treat them as if they're at home. Don't treat these people as humans. Just treat them as a bunch of beasts. Qin Feng waved his hand and said indifferently. The faces of the onlookers immediately fell like a donkey's face. Leah was so angry that she wanted to die, but there was nothing she could do. She gritted her teeth and really started to search Qin Feng's pants. Leah made her move. Her movements were skillful and nimble, causing everyone's jaws to drop to the ground. Qin Feng wasn't even prepared, but this girl really touched him. Qin Feng felt like his entire body was about to float up. This girl's hand was really soft. The strength was just right. Leah searched very quickly, and in less than 10 seconds, she pulled her hand back. Everyone felt that they had not seen enough. All of them swallowed their saliva, and their gazes unconsciously fell on Leah's jade hands. What are you looking at? I've never seen a couple flirt before. Don't think too much. I will only do this to my darling. It's impossible for you guys to do it in your entire lives. Leah glared at the crowd angrily. She vented all the anger she had towards Qin Feng on the spectators. Are you satisfied now? I already said that my darling wouldn't cheat, and now that I haven't found anything on him, it proves that he didn't cheat. Leah glared at Lu Hai again, looking like she wanted to skin Lu Hai alive. Lu Hai had already known that Xiao Feng did not have any hidden cards on him, and now he was about to die from anger. Today he had personally witnessed the woman he had been peeping at for a long time being hugged and touched by another man, and in the end he even got a full-body massage. If Qin Feng did not have any hidden cards on him, then the suspicion of cheating would not be established. Qin Feng chuckled as he walked to the table and directly threw 1,100 and 1,000 chips to the dealer. Lackey, come, exchange these chips for me, and transfer them all to my woman's card. The dealer was so angry that his body was trembling, but he did not dare to vent it out. The dealer always felt that Qin Feng had discovered the shameful dealings between him and Lu Hai, and the dealer was also afraid that things would get out of hand, so he would just talk nonsense. Give me your card. The dealer glared at Qin Feng snappily. Xiaoya, what are you waiting for? Quickly give me your card. Qin Feng shouted at Leah. Leah stood at the side with a silly expression, as if her soul had been sucked out. She had long heard Qin Feng calling her, but Leah was unable to recover from her shock. Xiao Feng wanted to transfer all of the 10 million he had won to his card? My woman is always in a daze. I think I was too fierce at night and broke her brain. Come. Leah was still in a daze, so Qin Feng went and took the bank card from her hands. Leah was still in a daze, so Qin Feng went and took the bank card from her hands. Lu Hai watched as the dealer transferred his 10 million to Leah's card, and his heart was bleeding crazily. After the dealer finished transferring the money, he returned the card to Qin Feng, and Qin Feng threw the card back to Leah. Leah finally regained her senses, grabbed Qin Feng's arm, and screamed, Darling, are you giving all this money to me? Nonsense, you're my woman. If I don't give the money to you, who will I give it to? You don't want it? Then take it all out and let's lose all the money in this gambling city before going back. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Leah. This time, Leah was reprimanded by Qin Feng, but she was not angry at all. She jumped up excitedly and jumped into Qin Feng's embrace, hugging him and shouting excitedly, Darling, you're too nice. I've become a rich woman. In the future, I can buy whatever clothes and bags I like. I can eat whatever I want. Leah's miserly appearance was undoubtedly revealed, causing Qin Feng to be speechless. Qin Feng and Leah were sweet and happy, while Lu Hai was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Lu Hai was completely enraged by Qin Feng. He turned around and was about to leave the great wealth gambling city. He was going to call someone over. If he did not kill Qin Feng today, he would not be Hong Kong's brother Hai. Chapter 715. Thank you to the Supreme Hedonist Wu and time limit brothers for your rewards. Both of you are local tyrants who will reward without saying a word. I admire your character. I will explode for the two brothers. Wait, Brother Poophead, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still have something to talk to you about. Lu Hai had only taken a few steps when Qin Feng's laughter came from behind him. Leah looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. She did not know why Qin Feng called Lu Hai over. Country bumpkin, what the fuck do you want? I'm very busy. Lu Hai stopped in his tracks and turned around to glare at Qin Feng. It's nothing much. You suspected me of cheating just now, so I can also suspect you of cheating, right? Qin Feng hugged Leah and came to Lu Hai's side. When Qin Feng said this, everyone was shocked again. Lu Hai and Qin Feng had lost 2 rounds of cards, but in the end, Qin Feng still came to question Lu Hai's cheating. There really was something wrong with this man's brain. Darling, stop messing around. Let's hurry up and go home. I want it again. Leah rolled her eyes, almost fainting from Qin Feng's words. From Leah's point of view, now that Qin Feng had won 10 million from Lu Hai himself was prepared to leave. This matter would end here. What a good ending. But in the end, Qin Feng was not happy and came over to say that Lu Hai cheated. What? I didn't hear wrongly, did I? You suspect me of cheating. Haha. I advise you to hurry up and go to the hospital to get an X-ray. Maybe your brain is full of shit. Lu Hai's words made everyone laugh, and everyone felt that Lu Hai's words were very reasonable. Leah buried her head in embarrassment. She was too embarrassed to speak up for Qin Feng, and she also felt that Qin Feng's brain had symptoms of indirect sexual insanity. This big rich gambling city is not good. Why is it that when you questioned me just now, I questioned you now that you can't? Is this considered one of the 6 major gambling cities in Hong Kong? This is simply a fucking black shop. Qin Feng suddenly roared, scaring everyone to the point that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. For the Dafu gambling city to be able to squeeze into one of the 6 major gambling cities in Hong Kong, the backing and power behind it was quite huge. There are countless second-generation nouveau riches in Hong Kong. These people were arrogant and despotic outside, but in Hong Kong's 6 major casinos, they had to follow the rules of the casino. Right now, Qin Feng was standing in the Dafu casino and yelling that it was a scam. What was the difference between this kind of behavior and seeking death? No one could understand Qin Feng's actions, but Qin Feng knew very well what he was doing. Qin Feng didn't come to Hong Kong to pick up girls and gamble. He came with Yan Wushuang to complete a very difficult task. The boss behind this rich gambling city was the Wei family. The Wei family was the only clue to this money laundering mission. Qin Feng wanted to wreak havoc in rich gambling city and lure out the Wei family behind the scenes. Xiao Feng, if you don't want to die, then hurry up and shut up and come with me. Lia's face turned cold. She pulled Qin Feng and wanted to leave. However, Qin Feng did not move. Leah could not pull him at all. Lackey, what are you standing there for? I said, I suspect he's cheating. So hurry up and cooperate with me to investigate him. Qin Feng glared at the dealer and yelled. The dealer's face turned cold, and he completely ignored Qin Feng. Lu Hai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had never been as sullen as he was today. You country bumpkin, I'm warning you. You'd better not shout and shout anymore. This is the Dafu Casino. Do you want to die? Lu Hai's eyes widened. He was already feeling a little guilty because, although he didn't cheat in the 2 bets with Qin Feng, he did change his card in the one with Leah. Hee, it's normal for you to suspect me of cheating. Now that I'm doubting you, I'm courting death? Fine, you guys are being unreasonable, right? Then I'll find a bigger official in this gambling city to judge. As Qin Feng spoke, he started to walk upstairs. The floors above were all VIP rooms, and the dealer upstairs had a higher status than the dealer downstairs. Stop, the VIP area of the gambling city is above. You can only enter with a membership card. The dealer jumped in fright and immediately went up to stop Qin Feng. Then what do you mean by this? You're just going to send me away like this? The dealer had a headache because of Qin Feng. Just now, when Lu Hai and Li changed their cards, the dealer had actually seen it, but he felt that Lu Hai was stronger, so he chose to stand on Lu Hai's side. How about this? You were just searched to prove your innocence. Then I'll search Brother Hai's body now. If he doesn't have any hidden cards on him, then he didn't cheat. In the end, the dealer still compromised and gave Lu Hai a meaningful look. Lu Hai had no choice. He angrily raised his hands and waited for the dealer to search his body. Wait. Before the dealer could move, Qin Feng called out to him. I didn't say I was going to search you. I want you to bring out the surveillance video of the game between the shithead and Xiaoya. I want to see the video as proof. Qin Feng knew that after Lu Hai finished changing his cards, he threw away all the cards on him. So of course, he didn't have any cards on him right now. The dealer was immediately put in a difficult position. Lu Hai's face darkened and he did not say a word. The two of them were about to explode from anger by Qin Feng. I'm sorry, but our gambling city will not easily retrieve the video. Besides, in the previous 3 bets, in the end, you won Brother Hai's 10 million. What else do you have to suspect that Brother Hai cheated? The dealer said in a deep voice. This is different. Qin Feng said disapprovingly. It's one thing for the shithead to lose money in the end, but it's another thing for him to cheat. Could it be that as long as you lose, you can cheat? Then in the future, people who come here to play will deliberately cheat to lose money. Who the hell would dare to come here to play? Qin Feng's logic was very problematic, and even the dealer was confused. According to what Qin Feng said, everyone should like to come here to play. Sir, you don't need to say any more. The video surveillance will not be brought out. You can either shut up and continue to play obediently in the gambling city or scram. The dealer could not hold it in anymore and angrily rebuked Qin Feng. He thought that with Lu Hai supporting him, the dealer was not afraid of Qin Feng, this continent's poor ghost. Pa! Just as the dealer's voice fell, Qin Feng slapped him. How can you speak to me like that? I think you're just looking for a beating. The dealer was stunned and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. A country bumpkin from the mainland had come to Hong Kong's great fortune gambling city to slap his face? Was the world about to end? You dare to hit the old. Before the dealer could finish his sentence, Qin Feng greeted him with another slap. This slap was clearly even more powerful than the previous one, causing the dealer to spin on the ground. Hey, you don't believe that I dare to slap you? Then I'll have a good time today. Qin Feng roared, then swung his arms left and right, hitting the dealer until he was dizzy. Lu Hai had long since retreated a few steps in fright, and the onlookers were also dumbstruck. Li opened her mouth wide, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound. Pa pa pa! The hall on the first floor was filled with the crisp sound of slapping, immediately attracting the attention of the people at the other tables. Not long later, almost all the tourists on the first floor gathered around Qin Feng. They watched Qin Feng slap people and actually felt refreshed. Stop! After fighting for an unknown period of time, a low and dignified voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to look, and their expressions changed drastically. A hint of nervousness and reverence appeared on their faces. The crowd took the initiative to open up a path, and an old man wearing a gray tang suit walked over with his hands behind his back. His gaze was sizing up Qin Feng, and seeing that Qin Feng did not stop even after hearing his voice, a hint of coldness flashed across the old man's eyes. Xiao Feng, quickly stop! Li had already run up and pulled on Qin Feng's arm. Only then did Qin Feng stop. When did this old man come? There's a brat here who's disobedient. I taught him a lesson and didn't scare the old man, did I? Qin Feng turned to look at the old man. The air around them had already frozen, and the onlookers even held their breaths. Most of the people recognized the old man who walked over. This was the rich gambling city's gold medal dealer, second master He. It was said that his gambling skills were ranked among the top in the country, and in his early years he was also an influential figure in Hong Kong. Although second master, he was a dealer in the rich gambling city, his position was very high and he had a lot of power. It could be said that besides the mysterious boss behind the scenes, second master, he had the final say in this gambling city. Such a famous figure appeared, but Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see him. He even angrily slapped an employee of the rich gambling city in front of second master He. Was this person not afraid of death? Second master He's expression was ice cold. He carefully looked Qin Feng up and down. Then his gaze turned and fell on the dealer who was slapped. You tell me, what exactly happened? The dealer was beaten into a pig's head by Qin Feng, and his face was burning with pain. But in front of second master He, the dealer, trembled in fear. He endured the pain and didn't dare to make a sound. Ho, second master He suspected that Brother Hai was cheating. So I followed the rules to search Brother Hai's body, but that person was still not satisfied. He insisted on retrieving the surveillance video of the gambling house, and when I said that I didn't have the right to retrieve it, he started to beat me up. The dealer explained what had happened, specifically picking out the words that were unfavorable to Qin Feng. Second master, his expression became colder and colder. At this time, the security guards in the hall on the first floor had already surrounded them, and the 8 sturdy security guards all stood behind second master He, staring at Qin Feng like a tiger eyeing its prey. As long as second master He said the word, they would immediately take action against Qin Feng. Second master He, my dear, is not wrong in this matter. He suspects that Lu Hai is cheating. So why can't he retrieve Lu Hai's video surveillance? The situation seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Leah suddenly stood up. Second master, his gaze fell on Leah. The pupils in his old eyes suddenly constricted. The hand that second master, he was preparing to gesture behind his back, suddenly retracted. The Dafu gambling city has always been based on the principle of fairness and justice. You suspect that Lu Hai is cheating, right? All right, then I'll get someone to retrieve the video now. If Lu Hai doesn't cheat, then you guys will have to bear the responsibility of slandering our Dafu gambling city's reputation. Second master, he said word by word. Sure. Without waiting for Leah to say anything, Qin Feng immediately agreed. Second master, his body trembled slightly. Looking at Qin Feng's confident look, a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Could it be that Lu Hai really cheated in the previous gambling house? If Lu Hai's evidence were to be found, second master, he wouldn't know how to deal with this matter. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and bring out the video from just now. Second master, he had already said it. Even if he was a little worried, there was no room for him to take it back. Second master, he glared at the dealer, who was so scared that he quickly ran upstairs to retrieve the video. Tomorrow after 12 noon, Zongheng will hold a double monthly ticket event. If you cast a monthly ticket, the website will automatically count it as 2. I look forward to everyone's monthly ticket support. More monthly tickets, more outbursts. Chapter 716. The dealer ran upstairs to retrieve the video. Second master, he and Qin Feng looked at each other, and the atmosphere became ice cold. Li never thought that things would develop to this point. Even the gambling city's second master he had come over. Leah was so angry that she wanted to kick Qin Feng to death. The dealer ran down not long after. He didn't hold anything in his hands, and came to second master. He sighed with a troubled expression. He said, while trembling, Second master, the video surveillance. There's something wrong with it. I can't retrieve it. The dealer's words caused everyone to exclaim in their hearts. The surveillance equipment in this gambling city was the best. How could there be a problem? From the looks of it, there was only one possibility, that Lu Hai had really cheated, and the dealer did not dare to take out the video. Second master, his expression quickly changed. The dealer, who was standing in front of him, felt extremely pressured. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Since there's a problem with the monitoring equipment, then let's do a body search. If we can't find any evidence, then this matter will end here. Since everyone could see the problem, Second Master, he could naturally see it as well. If the video was really taken out and Lu Hai was found to have cheated, then where would the reputation of the rich and powerful gambling city be? Such a serious matter. Even Second Master, he could not afford to bear it. The dealer immediately followed Second Master his orders to search his body, but before he could even reach Lu Hai's side, Qin Feng kicked him flying. What the hell? What do you mean by this? I said I want to see the surveillance video, and you're telling me that the surveillance is broken? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I don't care. Today, either bring out the surveillance video or call out the boss of your gambling city. You dare to call this lousy place one of Hong Kong's 6 major gambling cities? This is too disappointing. Qin Feng sent the dealer flying with a kick and flipped over the table next to him. Qin Feng's actions were too fast. Like a tornado, no one could react in time. Lu Hai and Li Yi stared at Qin Feng dumbstruck, as if they had seen a ghost. The corner of Second Master, his mouth, twitched violently. He had already been angered by Qin Feng. Reckless fellow, how dare you cause trouble in Dafu Gambling City? Capture him! Second Master, he gave the order, and the 8 strong men behind him instantly moved. The 8 of them quickly spread out like 8 small mountains and surrounded Qin Feng. These 8 people were the 8 great guardian deities of the Daifuke Gambling City. The reason why no one dared to cause trouble in the Daifuke Gambling City was because they were afraid of the ferocity of the 8 great guardian deities. Roar! The 8 people got into formation and roared in unison. Their roars were like thunder, and it caused the auras on their bodies to collapse and shoot out in all directions, pressing down on everyone to the point they were unable to catch their breath. 8 Stage 6 Inner Qi martial artists. A hint of a smile flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. 8 Stage 6 Inner Qi martial artists overseeing the Dafu Gambling City was not a small force. However, Stage 6 Inner Qi martial artists were like wild dogs in Qin Feng's eyes. How dare you cause trouble in Mr. Rich Boss's house? Fall! The tallest of the 8 people roared and took the lead in swinging his huge fists towards Qin Feng. He had only taken 1 step when a muffled sound suddenly came from his body. Bang! No one knew when, but Qin Feng's fist landed on the big guy's abdomen. The big guy's body paused for a moment, and then he was sent flying. His body was like a small cannonball, flying back and forth in the hall. Immediately, the hall became a mess. The other 7 goons were still in a daze, and they didn't know what to do next. The tall guy who was sent flying was the strongest among the 8 people, but the other 7 people didn't know what happened, and their big brother was sent flying. Whoosh! Qin Feng couldn't stop after the punch landed. The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the air. Qin Feng turned into a black shadow and flashed back and forth. Everywhere he went, there would be a loud sound. Then, another goon could be seen flying in the air. Bang! 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 The loud sound in the hall was continuous. People who didn't know better would think that this was the opening of a new store. The 8 Stage 6 Inner Qi martial artists all fell to the ground, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. All of this happened in less than 5 minutes. Qin Feng finished his job. He held a glass of red wine in his hand and hugged Li Yi's slender waist as he smiled at everyone. It was as if nothing had happened. Huh? Why are these people lying on the ground and not getting up? By the way, old man, I told you to either take out the surveillance video or call out your boss. Are you deaf? Why aren't you taking action? Second Master, he was still in a daze. Those were 8 Stage 6 Inner Qi masters, and they were the strongest team that the boss brought from China. Ever since the 8 great guardian deities came to Hong Kong, they had never suffered a loss. Their strength was terrifying. Second Master, he was usually very polite to the 8 great guardian deities, but he didn't expect them to be defeated so easily. Second Master, he started to see Qin Feng in a new light. He didn't even dare to look at Qin Feng's fierce eyes. Young hero, our boss is not here. He's on a business trip. Second master, he could still pretend to be calm under Qin Feng's might. It seemed that this person had seen a lot of things. That's easy. Since the boss is not here, we'll take out the surveillance video, Qin Feng said indifferently. Second master, he had a belly full of anger, but he didn't dare to vent it. Ever since the Dafu Casino opened for business, no one dared to cause trouble here with the 8 great guardian deities. But today, Qin Feng's strong attack had forced second master he into a corner. You don't want to take out the surveillance video? Very well, then this matter will be easier. Qin Feng smiled at second master he. His smile sent chills down second master his spine. Second master, he couldn't take it anymore. Before Qin Feng could make a move, he quickly shouted, Young hero, please wait for a moment. I'll go upstairs and take out the surveillance video myself. Second master, he actually gave in. He was the representative of Hong Kong's Dafu Casino. The Dafu Casino, one of the 6 biggest casinos in Hong Kong, gave in to a country bumpkin from the mainland. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Li Yi looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. She suddenly felt that Qin Feng intentionally came to Dafu Casino to cause trouble. What was this person thinking? Second master, he had already quickly walked upstairs. When Qin Feng saw the scene, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Qin Feng caused a ruckus in Dafu Casino to force the Wei family to come out. In the end, the Wei family still hadn't come out. Second master, he even went to take out the surveillance video. If this surveillance video was released, wouldn't it be admitting that there was cheating in Dafu Casino? If second master, he did something like destroying his own reputation, then it could only mean one thing. The Wei family really wasn't in the casino. Let's go. Seeing that the plan had failed, Qin Feng hugged Leah and turned to leave, leaving behind a group of people with dementia expressions in the wind. He left? He actually left? I already said that there's something wrong with this man's head. Now do you believe me? He's crazy. Don't speak nonsense, that guy just left. Don't let him hear it, or else we'll all be in trouble. Just as Qin Feng and Leah walked out of Dafu Casino's main entrance, the people in the hall exploded. Qin Feng had been domineering the entire way. What Hong Kong's 4 young masters, Dafu Casino's gold medal dealer, second master he, the 8 great King Kong. Qin Feng didn't put any of them in his eyes. Qin Feng angrily slapped the little dealer, violently beat up the 8 great King Kong, destroyed Dafu Casino's place, and even forced second master he to take out the surveillance video. In the end, second master he gave in, but Qin Feng just left. If this man wasn't crazy, then what was he? Second master, he still didn't know the situation downstairs. When he came down with the video, he discovered that Xiao Feng and Liu were nowhere to be seen. Second master that bastard already left. The little dealer carefully looked at second master and said, Second master, his skinny body clearly swayed. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Hey, hurry and let go of your dirty hands. Haven't you touched enough? Just as Qin Feng and Leah walked out of Dafu Casino, Leah's face immediately changed. She shook off Qin Feng's arm that was around her waist and glared at Qin Feng angrily. TSK, you women are too heartless. After using him, you want to throw him away. No matter what, you should at least ask him out once. Qin Feng looked at Leah with a smile. Go to hell, who wants to ask you out? You're a big bastard and a pervert. If it wasn't for the act earlier, I wouldn't even want you to touch me. You're about to disgust me to death. Leah stuck out her pink tongue. Her face was full of mischief, making Qin Feng feel that it was funny. All right then, since fate has come to an end, let's go our separate ways. Hurry up and give me back my 11,001,000 yuan. Qin Feng extended his hand towards Leah. Leah slapped Qin Feng's hand, stomped her feet, and shouted, In your dreams, that money is all mine. You don't have any money. Leah looked like a little miser who was acting shamelessly. Qin Feng laughed. How could it be your money? Your 100,000 yuan was lost by you, and the rest of the money was won by me. Don't act shamelessly with me when I act shamelessly. Even I am afraid of myself. As Qin Feng spoke, his gaze turned cold as he looked towards Leah's full body. Leah was so scared that she immediately shrunk back. She had just witnessed Qin Feng's skills and admitted that she could not beat Qin Feng. You, what do you want? Let me tell you, my identity is special. If you dare to have any ill intentions towards me, you will definitely regret it. Leah had already started to slowly retreat. She wanted to find an opportunity to immediately escape. Hong Kong Senior Inspector Leah. This identity is indeed special. I didn't even see it before. You kept sticking to me. I thought you were a companion girl. A pink wallet appeared in Qin Feng's hand, and he was looking at it carefully. Leah's expression changed greatly. She immediately touched her pocket. The wallet in her pocket was gone. You, when did you steal my wallet? You thief! I'm going to catch you and bring you back. Also, you're the one who's accompanying me. What's with your eyes? Look carefully. I've won the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong 3 times in a row. Leah angrily pounced forward to snatch her purse back, but Qin Feng pulled her hand, causing Leah to fall into his embrace. Chapter 717. Leah struggled in Qin Feng's embrace for a while, but in the end, she helplessly gave up. Why do you care what mission I'm carrying out? I'm not familiar with you. Aren't you being too nosy? Hurry up and let me go. Leah used her high heels to step on Qin Feng's foot, but found that Qin Feng did not feel any pain at all. Sigh. You women are really heartless. You called me darling so intimately and even wanted to do it with me. Now that I'm talking to you a little more, you're not willing. Isn't that a little too heartless? Qin Feng slipped his hand and stuffed his wallet back into Leah's pocket. He then took the opportunity to touch Leah's white stockings. Leah was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Why did she meet such a shameless man in front of her? Next time she went out, she must look at the almanac in advance. You wouldn't understand even if I told you the mission I was carrying out. I'm here to investigate the money laundering case, do you know? If you don't know, then hurry up and let go. Leah began to struggle again. Qin Feng's expression froze for a moment, then he laughed. What a coincidence! I'm also here to investigate the money laundering case. I heard that it's related to the Wei family, right? Qin Feng never thought that the Hong Kong police would also start to investigate this large-scale money laundering case. Leah never thought that Qin Feng would really know about this. You, how do you know? Are you a police officer sent from the mainland? You have good eyes. A tall and handsome man like me, who exudes a sense of justice, is the material for a police officer. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise himself again. Leah almost vomited. Can you stop disgusting me? It's more like you have a stench on your body. I've been with you for so long, but I still can't remember what you look like. You still have the nerve to say you're handsome? Leah silently stabbed Qin Feng in the heart. Then it can only be said that your memory is too bad. Maybe it's dementia. Hurry up and go to the hospital. Qin Feng pretended to be calm and retorted. The two of them bickered for a long time, and in the end, Leah was so angry that she almost fainted. Qin Feng finally became serious. He did not expect Leah to be a high-ranking inspector from Hong Kong, and an inspector who investigated money laundering cases. Xiaoya, tell me the information your Hong Kong police have obtained. Qin Feng looked at Leah and said. Leah was still rolling her eyes in anger. She originally didn't want to tell Qin Feng, but she was afraid that if she didn't say it, Qin Feng would argue with her again. Leah was truly afraid of Qin Feng. The money laundering organization this time is huge. Our Hong Kong police have only found out that the Wei family is involved. Qin Feng knew all the information that Leah had said, and it felt like she hadn't said anything at all. How do they launder money? Qin Feng took the initiative to ask. This method of money laundering was quite important, and it was an important clue to investigate other organizations using the Hong Kong Gambling King competition to launder money. Li Ye's answer was very simple. She would say whatever Qin Feng asked, and if Qin Feng did not ask, Li would not say much. Hong Kong Gambling Competition? Interesting. A mischievous smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. Back when Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master in the Acropolis city, who would come to the Hong Kong Gambling King competition every year for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Feng didn't dare to look down on the grand spectacle of the Gambling King competition. That day, there were hundreds of billions of bets. Using this sort of international gambling competition to launder money was a good idea. In that case, on the day of the Gambling King competition, the organization behind the money laundering will appear? Qin Feng continued to ask. Leah nodded her head and said, "They will definitely appear, but it's hard to say if they are big shots or small fries. Moreover, even if they appear, you won't be able to recognize them from their appearance." Li had been following this case for a long time, but after investigating for a long time, Leah did not find any useful clues. The information she knew was still the information that the Hong Kong Police Department had given her at the beginning. Qin Feng had obtained some useful information from Leah and was currently thinking about a plan. After a while, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he looked at Leah and said, "Since the organization behind the scenes wants to launder money in the Gambling King competition, then they must first be able to win money. If they want to win money, they need a player with excellent gambling skills. So I can think of a way to sneak into the great wealth gambling city and have the Wei family hire me as their player. This way, I can further investigate the powers behind the Wei family." After hearing Qin Feng's plan, Leah's beautiful eyes also flickered. This plan was not bad. Leah was currently using her small fist to hit her little head. Why didn't you think of it? Your plan is not bad, but you don't even know how to gamble. How could the Wei family take a fancy to you? Leah rolled her eyes at Qin Feng in disdain. "You silly girl, if my gambling skills are bad, how did you get the 10 million in your card? You still have the nerve to look down on me? You didn't even know that Lu Hai had changed his cards in that game with you." Qin Feng laughed. "Ah, so Lu Hai changed his cards in that game. This bastard, he really pissed me off. Are you really a gambling expert? So you relied on gambling to win the money. I thought you were really lucky." Leah looked at Qin Feng with an expression of sudden realization. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was speechless towards this silly woman. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Leah immediately felt a little embarrassed. She immediately pretended to be calm and continued, "If you really want to do this, then you have to first join a Hong Kong underworld organization." "Why?" Qin Feng looked at Leah in confusion. "The Wei family is very cautious. The people they recruit must have the background of Hong Kong's underworld forces, and they must have the recommendation of a relatively famous underworld force in Hong Kong to guarantee your character. Only then will the Wei family use you. Do you think that our Hong Kong police are all rookies? Otherwise, we would have already infiltrated the rich and powerful, okay?" Qin Feng curled his lips and said, "If Hong Kong police are all like you, then they really are all rookies. You're going to anger me to death." Leah started to step on her high heels again, causing the ground to crack. "Qin Feng, your chance is here." Halfway through, Leah's expression changed greatly, and she suddenly became serious. Qin Feng turned his head to look and saw that Lu Hai was walking out from the rich and powerful. "What do you mean?" Qin Feng asked Leah in a low voice. "Lu Hai, one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong. His family is a famous family in Hong Kong called the Sand Tip Group. If you can settle Lu Hai and get the Sand Tip Group to recommend you to the Wei family, then you'll have a chance to sneak in." Leah quickly explained in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng was immediately overjoyed. Whatever he needed would really come. Brother Poophead, what a coincidence. Qin Feng had already hugged Leah and walked over with a smile. Leah struggled a few times in Qin Feng's embrace, but she was unable to break free. In the end, she could only continue to act as Qin Feng's obedient girlfriend, and even took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm. Lu Hai's legs trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground in fright. Lu Hai had waited in the Dafu gambling city for a long time before coming out, afraid that he would bump into Qiao Feng. Previously, he had always looked down on Qiao Feng and said all sorts of mocking and sarcastic words to Qiao Feng. In the end, Qiao Feng had caused a huge ruckus in the Dafu gambling city not long ago, and with his own strength he had knocked down all of the 8 great King Kong-s, and in the end, walked out of the Dafu gambling city unscathed. Lu Hai could not afford to offend such a powerful person. Lu Hai was already regretting looking for Qin Feng to act cool. Aha! Isn't this Big Brother Qiao Feng? What a coincidence! Big Brother Qiao Feng also came here to play. Lu Hai reacted quickly and immediately welcomed him with a smile. Lu Hai smiled mischievously, as if he was very familiar with Qin Feng. It was as if the person who called Qin Feng a country bumpkin on the gambling table was not him. Hee, it really is a coincidence. Brother Poop had just finished playing in the Dafu gambling city. Qin Feng accompanied Lu Hai's act. Seeing this scene, Leah felt unwell. Why were all these smelly men acting like this? I didn't really play much. I just went in for a spin. Lu Hai laughed. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is my woman, Leah. Leah, this is my new little brother, Lu Hai. Qin Feng introduced each other. The corner of Leah's mouth twitched. She was about to die of helplessness. Pow! Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, he immediately slapped Lu Hai's face. This action was too sudden, causing both Lu Hai and Leah to be stunned. What are you staring at? Are you deaf? I already said that this is my woman. Why aren't you calling her sister-in-law? Qin Feng roared as he whipped Lu Hai. Lu Hai clenched his fists tightly, but he quickly loosened them. He couldn't beat Qin Feng. Big brother, don't be angry. It was this little brother's fault. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. It is Big Brother's fortune to be able to find a woman like you. Lu Hai had also learned his lesson. He had fallen into a wolf's den and could only think of ways to please Qin Feng. Otherwise, with Qin Feng's temper, hitting him would be a matter of mood. Pow! As soon as Lu Hai's voice fell, Qin Feng slapped him again. What are you talking about? My fortune? Are you looking down on me? Lu Hai was dizzy from the slap, and tears of grievance almost fell out. Although he was holding back a wave of anger in his heart, Lu Hai did not dare to vent it out. Big brother, don't blame me. It is sister-in-law's fortune to be able to follow by Big Brother's side. Lu Hai immediately changed his words. Only then did Qin Feng nod his head in satisfaction. That cocky look made Leah so angry that she wanted to kick him twice. Big brother, if there's nothing else, I will go back first. I still have things to do. Lu Hai didn't want to stay any longer. He just wanted to escape. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Hai and said carelessly, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Give me your hand. Big brother will give you a treasure. Lu Hai did not believe that Qin Feng would give him a treasure, but he did not dare to go against Qin Feng's words. So he timidly extended his arm out. Qin Feng raised his hand slightly. Lu Hai only saw an afterimage flash past, followed by a sharp pain in his palm, causing Lu Hai to immediately retract his hand in fright. Big brother, what did you do just now? Lu Hai looked at his palm carefully. There was a needle hole on it, and there was even a trace of blood seeping out. Nothing. I just pricked you with a needle. Qin Feng said indifferently. The corners of Lu Hai and Leah's mouths twitched. They felt that Qin Feng was really sick. Why did you poke me with a needle? Do you think you're Nanny Rome? Then can I go now? Lu Hai was getting more and more afraid. He was afraid that Qin Feng's mental illness would act up, and he might do something even more bizarre. He wouldn't force himself to eat a pile of shit, right? All right, if you really have something urgent to attend to, then leave. Qin Feng waved his hand. Lu Hai felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He turned around and ran, but after running a few steps, Qin Feng's voice floated over. "Oh, right, I used a poisonous needle to stab you just now. Don't run too fast, or else your blood circulation will accelerate and you'll die very quickly." Chapter 718. Lu Hai, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped. He was so scared that he did not dare to move. Li finally understood the purpose of Qin Feng's acupuncture. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to go crazy from torturing Lu Hai, Li felt great in her heart. In the past, Lu Hai would always pester her, causing Li to be annoyed. Why aren't you running anymore? You just said you had urgent matters to attend to. How dare you lie to your big brother? Qin Feng hugged Li and chuckled as he walked up. Lu Hai had the urge to pounce on Qin Feng and bite him to death. Big brother, I suddenly remembered that someone helped me with that matter. I'm fine now. Lu Hai looked at Qin Feng while grinning. He did not know if the poison needle that Qin Feng mentioned was real or fake. However, Lu Hai felt that the possibility of it being true was higher. After all, Qin Feng had defeated the 8 great King Kong in the rich and powerful city, which meant that Qin Feng was not a simple person. It was normal for martial artists like them to use hidden weapons and poison needles. After flattering Qin Feng, Lu Hai continued. Then that big brother, did you stab me with a poison needle just now? Do you want to help me cure the poison? Why should I cure you? Qin Feng glared at Lu Hai. Qin Feng had really used the 5 poison needle to stab Lu Hai. This 5 poison needle was the reward for completing the mission of promoting Chinese medicine. The 5 poison needle was extremely poisonous. Back then, Qin Feng had stabbed Elder Yin and Elder Yang with a needle each, and even the people from the poison sect could not cure the poison on it. Elder Yang later obtained the antidote, and Qin Feng did not know whether Elder Yin was dead or alive. Lu Hai had already started to roll his eyes. Why did I give you the antidote? Then why the fuck did you want to stab me? Big brother, this little brother is loyal and devoted to you, and has not done anything to let you down. If you stab this little brother with a needle, it will make this little brother's heart very uncomfortable. Lu Hai began to beg Qin Feng in all sorts of ways. Qin Feng completely ignored him. After begging for a while, Qin Feng finally opened his mouth and said, Lu Hai, your family's underworld force is called the Sandpoint Group, right? Lu Hai's expression changed greatly. He did not know why Qin Feng suddenly asked this question. Big brother, the Sand Tip Group is just a small, unranked gang in Hong Kong. They are all played around by our family's relatives. This kind of small gang will definitely not enter your eyes. Lu Hai laughed. Don't think too highly of me. I'm really interested in the Sandpoint Group. You've been poisoned by the King of Poisons. Nobody in this world can cure you except for me. I want the Sandpoint Group to recommend me to the boss behind the Mr. Rich boss so that I can help them participate in the Gambling King tournament that's going to be held 7 days later. I'll give you 3 days. You'll die from the poison in 3 days. Qin Feng teased Lu Hai for a while and went straight to the point. Lu Hai had long been scared silly. The King of Poison? Is this for real? Big brother, are you joking with me? I've never heard of such a poison. Lu Hai looked at Qin Feng with a mournful expression as if his own father had died. Qin Feng became serious. You can choose not to believe me, but if that's the case, you only have 3 days left to live, which is enough for you to choose a graveyard. But big brother, you just caused a ruckus in the big rich gambling city. How can I introduce you to the boss behind the scenes? Lu Hai felt that this mission was too difficult. That's none of my business. Remember my phone number and look for me if you have any news. Qin Feng reported his phone number, then ignored Lu Hai and left while hugging Li Ya. Lu Hai stood in the cold wind in a daze, looking at Qin Feng and Li Ya's backs that were getting further and further away. he suddenly shouted, "Big brother, can I move now? I won't die from the poison the moment I move, right?" Qin Feng bade farewell to Leah, and the two of them formed a cooperative relationship. Qin Feng did not ask for the 10 million he had won from Lu Hai. When Leah left, he was extremely happy, a complete little miser. "Qin Feng, where did you go? Why did it take so long?" As soon as Qin Feng entered the room, Yan Wushuang jumped up from the bed. It was obvious that she had taken a shower because she was wrapped in a white towel. Her slender shoulders and jade-like legs were exposed, and the room was filled with the fragrance of shower gel. "I went to the Dafu gambling city to inquire about the news." Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Yan Wushuang's long legs, but thinking that he was a broken man in front of Yan Wushuang, Qin Feng immediately retracted his gaze. Yan Wushuang didn't seem to care much about Qin Feng going to inquire about the news. She waved her hand and said, "Then you must be tired. Quickly lie down on the bed and rest." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He felt that after he left for a while, this group leader Yan had changed. Yan Wushuang had always been cold and heartless. Every time, it was Qin Feng who pestered her to talk. Today, the sky was about to change. Was Yan Wushuang seducing him with a charming expression? "Ah, I'm not too tired. I'll just sit on the bed." Qin Feng sat on the side of the bed and kept a certain distance from Yan Wushuang. He wanted to observe the situation first. Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated light. While Qin Feng was away, Yan Wushuang had been searching on Baidu for posts and information on how to be a man again after being a man. There were all kinds of information on this topic, which made Yan Wushuang very shy. Fortunately, Yan Wushuang had learned some methods. In the end, she concluded that there were 3 methods that she thought were more scientific and effective. Now that Qin Feng was back, Yan Wushuang started to use these 3 methods to treat Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng was broken by her, so Yan Wushuang felt very guilty. "Qin Feng, quickly drink some water. You must be very thirsty." Yan Wushuang poured a glass of water and walked to Qin Feng. The first method was to use the spring sunshine to arouse Qin Feng's emotions. Who knows, it might be able to cure him. Ahem. Group leader Yan, I am not thirsty. Quickly lie down on the bed and don't catch a cold. Qin Feng glanced around and saw Yan Wushuang's fair skin. He seemed to realize that Yan Wushuang was testing him. Qin Feng couldn't give himself away, so he forcefully suppressed the fire and pretended that nothing happened. "Ah, Qin Feng, be careful." Yan Wushuang suddenly let out a scream. She deliberately fell down, and the cup of cold water splashed onto her bath towel. The bath towel was instantly wet and stuck to Yan Wushuang's fair and tender skin. It was simply a wet temptation. Ahem. Qin Feng took a quick glance and almost coughed up blood. Group leader Yan was working too hard, wasn't she? Group leader Yan, are you okay? Quickly go to the bathroom and change your clothes. You will definitely catch a cold. Qin Feng helped Yan Wushuang up. He didn't look around or touch her. Then, he helped Yan Wushuang into the bathroom. Yan Wushuang felt the change in Qin Feng. In the past, Qin Feng tried his best to take advantage of her. Now he refused even when she asked him to. Now, Yan Wushuang was even more certain that Qin Feng was broken by her. Yan Wushuang was anxious. She quickly changed into a clean towel in the bathroom and went to the bed. "Qin Feng, my back is very itchy. I can't reach it myself. Can you help me scratch it?" Since the first treatment plan had failed, Yan Wushuang began to implement the second treatment plan, skin to skin. Qin Feng turned around and saw Yan Wushuang's jade-like back. Qin Feng almost couldn't bear it. Was this woman crazy today? Group leader Yan, where? Qin Feng did not refuse and put his hand on Yan Wushuang's back. "Go down a little." Yan Wushuang's voice was seductive. Qin Feng suppressed his excitement and looked to the side. He used his palm to scratch Yan Wushuang's back. Is it okay? Qin Feng asked after a while. Not yet. Go down a little more. It's itchy down there too. Yan Wushuang's words were too ambiguous. Qin Feng almost burned. Is it okay now? Qin Feng felt tormented. He would rather not touch it. Qin Feng, don't you feel anything? Yan Wushuang turned around and looked at Qin Feng. She stared at Qin Feng's eyes for a while and peeked at his thighs. It seemed that nothing had changed. What do you feel? It's your back that's itchy. I don't feel anything, Qin Feng said with an innocent expression. Yan Wushuang's heart sank. It seemed like the second treatment plan had failed as well. This meant that Qin Feng was seriously impotent. Yan Wushuang clenched her teeth and decided to use the last treatment plan. Ah, group leader Yan, what are you doing? Qin Feng suddenly leaned back. Yan Wushuang had pushed him. However, what Qin Feng expected did not happen. After Yan Wushuang pressed Qin Feng down, she touched Qin Feng's thighs. The third treatment plan was massage therapy. Qin Feng was sure that Yan Wushuang was checking if he was really dead. Qin Feng didn't dare to move an inch. He was distracted by all kinds of horror movies and ghost movies. Yan Wushuang touched for a while, but Qin Feng did not have any reaction. This made Yan Wushuang anxious. Since she had already done this, she might as well go all the way. She pulled off Qin Feng's pants. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had just been drenched in the rain. The past 10 minutes were the most torturous 10 minutes of Qin Feng's life. He was teased by Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang's body went limp. She leaned against the headboard. The light in her beautiful eyes dimmed. Yan Wushuang had tried all 3 methods. She even touched Qin Feng's nether region. However, after 10 minutes, Qin Feng did not have any reaction. Group leader Yan, what were you doing? How could you do this without my permission? Qin Feng sat up and glared at Yan Wushuang angrily. He always acted until the end. I just wanted to treat you. I learned those methods from the internet. It seems like you are really impotent. Yan Wushuang blushed. She was so embarrassed that she was about to die. Qin Feng had already guessed that Yan Wushuang wanted to check if he was impotent. He did not expect Yan Wushuang to search for treatment methods on the internet. Qin Feng was speechless. Group leader Yan, I told you not to blame yourself. It's not your fault. The plane was hit by a sudden turbulence. Qin Feng comforted Yan Wushuang with a serious face. Yan Wushuang felt even more guilty. Why don't we go to the hospital? Qin Feng did not want to go to the hospital. He would be exposed if he went to the hospital. Suddenly, Qin Feng stared at Yan Wushuang's rosy lips. He could not help but say, maybe we can try that? Yan Wushuang was confused. She followed Qin Feng's gaze and found her mouth. Then she kicked Qin Feng away. Go to hell. Chapter 719. Qin Feng told Yan Wushuang about Lu Hai, and Yan Wushuang admired Qin Feng very much. Yan Wushuang realized that when Qin Feng did his mission seriously, he was very outstanding. Thanks to Qin Feng, the William family's mission was completed smoothly. These days, the two stayed in the hotel, waiting for news from Lu Hai. In order to pretend to be a broken man, Qin Feng stayed with Yan Wushuang every day and pretended not to be interested. Yan Wushuang had nothing to do, so she searched for all kinds of broken men posts on the internet. As long as she found a method that she thought was effective, she would use Qin Feng to test the treatment. Qin Feng was touched by a beauty every day, but he had to suppress his emotions and not stand up. That kind of feeling was not ordinary. Ding. Promote Chinese medicine mission reward. A blue quality emerald ring. Host. Continue to promote Chinese medicine. The system will continue to give rewards of different value according to the degree of promotion of Chinese medicine. The system beep sounded. This Promote Chinese Medicine mission had no time limit and the reward was unknown. Through continuous promotion of Chinese medicine, Qin Feng had already obtained the 5 poison needle, the Book of 100 Herbs, and the Storm Poison Needle. Now, this mission rewarded him with the emerald ring. This was an unexpected surprise. Looks like the students of Provincial Capital University didn't disappoint me. This mission was most likely completed by promoting Chinese medicine. With a thought from Qin Feng, a sparkling and translucent emerald ring appeared on Qin Feng's left thumb. This was the Emerald Spirit Ring. Master, the emerald ring is a blue-quality spiritual weapon. It is a special spiritual weapon. Little Pig took the initiative to explain where the emerald ring. As long as there are spiritual herbs, spiritual plants, spiritual weapons, and high-level materials within a 1-kilometer radius, the emerald ring will send out a response. Master can quickly find the treasure. At the same time, the emerald ring is also a storage ring. It can store a space the size of Hepping Town. Qin Feng understood the function of the emerald ring. This ring was quite practical. Qin Feng was currently looking for materials to forge a cosmic flying sword. With this ring, he believed that he could save a lot of time. Little Pig, what does a special spiritual weapon mean? Qin Feng asked. Blue-grade spiritual weapons were extremely rare in the secular world. Even the capital's Yun family, a family of weapon refiners, could only produce 5 orange-grade spiritual weapons and 1 blue-grade spiritual weapon a year. However, the blue-grade spirit ring that Qin Feng obtained this time was a little special. It was obvious that this spirit ring could not be used in battle. Special type spiritual tools are spiritual tools that are not related to defense and attack. The functions of these spiritual tools are all auxiliary. For example, the Emerald Spirit Ring has the function of treasure hunting. There's also the Yun family's heirloom, the Golden Belt. That's a special purple grade spirit artifact, classified as a protective spirit artifact. After listening to Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng understood. After suddenly obtaining the Emerald Spirit Ring, Qin Feng couldn't sit still. He wanted to go out and hunt for treasures. Group leader Yan, hurry and put on your clothes. Qin Feng jumped off the bed and started to put on his clothes. Recently, Yan Wushuang had been treating Qin Feng. She only wore silk pajamas in the room, torturing Qin Feng every day. Ah, where are we going? Is there any news from Luhai? Yan Wushuang closed the webpage related to Broken Man Becomes Straight Man and looked at Qin Feng with surprise. No, even if there's news, I can't take you there. It's too boring for us to stay at home every day. It's rare for us to come to Hong Kong. Let's go out for a walk. Qin Feng had already put on his clothes. When Yan Wushuang heard that they were going to go shopping, her heart was inexplicably excited. In the provincial capital, Yan Wushuang was a loner. She was cold and heartless. She had never gone shopping before, and no one went shopping with her. However, Yan Wushuang was also a woman. Shopping and loving beauty was a woman's nature. Yan Wushuang didn't do these things before, but it didn't mean that she didn't yearn for them. Now that a right person had appeared, Yan Wushuang suddenly became interested. Okay. Wait for me, I'll change right away. Yan Wushuang jumped up and took off her pajamas in front of Qin Feng. It was as if Qin Feng didn't exist. Yan Wushuang changed into the short black dress that she wore when she came here. Qin Feng realized that this girl only brought this dress. Qin Feng had to give it to this woman. Sometimes she didn't look like a woman at all. After the two of them dressed up, they left the hotel together. The streets of Hong Kong were bustling with people and cars. It was a fashionable and modern atmosphere. There were also many beautiful women coming and going. The streets were full of long-legged girls wearing short skirts and colorful cotton socks. Qin Feng felt that he hadn't gone shopping for a long time. The leisurely and comfortable life that connected with the city seemed to be far away from Qin Feng. What are you looking at? Aren't you broken? Why are you still in the mood to look? Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. She regretted going shopping with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with lust. He looked like a pervert. It was so embarrassing. Qin Feng quickly looked away. He almost forgot that he was still a broken man. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt very painful. It was rare for him to have a few days of leisure during the mission, but he couldn't look around. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang walked on the bustling street. Their relationship didn't improve much because of the ambiguous relationship they had these days. They maintained a distance of half a person between them. They didn't look close at all. Team leader Yan, this perfume shop is very famous. Let's go in and have a look. Qin Feng walked past a Dior perfume shop. He pulled Yan Wushuang into the shop. Yan Wushuang didn't usually dress up. Her mind was always on the mission assigned by the Dragon Sect. She didn't even recognize the brand of perfume when they walked into the Dior shop. Once they entered the shop, they could smell all kinds of fragrances. Yan Wushuang frowned slightly. She looked a little unnatural. She had never used perfume or lipstick in her life. Sir, are you here to buy perfume for your girlfriend? Your girlfriend is so beautiful. A beautiful saleswoman came up to them as soon as the two of them entered the shop. Yan Wushuang was mistaken as Qin Feng's girlfriend. She blushed, but she didn't expose the misunderstanding. Since Yan Wushuang didn't explain, Qin Feng didn't explain either. Qin Feng even took the initiative to hug Yan Wushuang's waist. Do you have any new perfume that suits my girlfriend? Qin Feng asked. Yan Wushuang felt uncomfortable being hugged by Qin Feng. She wanted to break free from Qin Feng's embrace. Suddenly, she remembered that Qin Feng was a divorced man. This kind of skin contact could cure his illness. In the end, Yan Wushuang quietly leaned into Qin Feng's embrace. Sir, the master designer of Dior has just released a perfume for young girls. I think it suits your girlfriend very well. When the shop assistant started to introduce, her voice carried a Hong Kong accent. As Qin Feng listened, he was reminded of Leah. Let me see. The beautiful saleswoman left for a while. Soon, she came back with 2 exquisite boxes. Sir, these 2 are young girls. One is summer heat. The front of the perfume is grass, the middle has a hint of lemon, and the back has a hint of flower. It's a very good product. This is winter sweet. The front is peach, the middle is light, and the back has a hint of wood. The saleswoman patiently introduced the 2 products to Qin Feng. It was Yan Wushuang's first time buying perfume. She was confused. Front, middle, and back? She felt like she was buying a cello. Dear, which one do you like? Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang and asked. Yan Wushuang looked at the 2 products and shook her head. I don't have the habit of using perfume. I think I'll pass. A hint of disappointment flashed in the saleswoman's eyes when she heard Yan Wushuang's words. Qin Feng said habits are formed slowly. How can a woman's handbag lack perfume and makeup cases? I'll take both of them. Qin Feng knew Yan Wushuang's temperament. This woman was not like a woman in some aspects. Therefore, he bought both perfume for her. All right. Sir, do you want to pay by card or cash? The beautiful saleswoman thought she would not be able to sell any of the perfume. She did not expect Qin Feng to buy 2. She smiled sweetly at Qin Feng. She thought Qin Feng should be a generous and considerate man. How much is it? I'll pay for it myself. Yan Wushuang took out her card and gave it to the saleswoman. She did not have the habit of asking others to buy things for her. Beauty, it's 37,800 yuan in total. I'll give you a discount. 37,000 yuan. The beautiful saleswoman smiled. Yan Wushuang's jade-like hands trembled. 37,000 yuan for 2 bottles of perfume? She was really frightened. Qin Feng held Yan Wushuang in his arms. Of course, He could feel the subtle changes in Yan Wu Shuang's body. He put Yan Wu Shuang's card back into her handbag. Then he took out his own card and threw it to the saleswoman. "A man is here. Why are you women paying? Go ahead." The beautiful saleswoman caught Qin Feng's card and winked at him. She was captivated by Qin Feng's generosity. Qin Feng was tall and burly. His voice was gentle and magnetic. His every movement exuded an aristocratic aura. His only shortcoming was his ordinary looks. But that was not a problem. Money was the most important thing for a man. "Qin Feng, is it because I haven't gone shopping for a long time? Why is the price of goods increasing so fast? 27,000 yuan for 2 bottles of perfume?" After the beautiful saleswoman left, Yan Wushuang whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng was amused. He pinched Yan Wushuang's cheek and said, "Don't worry. I'm a hedonistic young master. I'm rich." Yan Wushuang's body froze. Qin Feng's actions were too intimate. She felt like they were a couple in love. Yan Wushuang quickly pushed Qin Feng away. She lowered her head shyly and stood aside. Her heart was beating very fast for no reason. "Sir, your perfume and your bank card. Is there anything else you need?" The beautiful saleswoman had finished swiping her card and walked over. Yan Wushuang felt that the things in the store were too expensive. She quickly pulled Qin Feng away. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Qin Feng's back and sighed. "Sigh, such a good man. If only I could fall for him. I'd be willing to serve him every day." Thank you, Hedonistic Supremacy Wushuang, for your tip. Chapter 720. Many international brands were gathered on Hong Kong's Bai Hui Street. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang walked out of the Dior store and entered the LV store. "Why did you bring me here if I'm not going to buy clothes?" Yan Wushuang pulled Qin Feng shyly as soon as they entered the store. Qin Feng had already bought her 2 bottles of perfume, and Yan Wushuang did not want to spend Qin Feng's money again. There was a saying that Yan Wushuang knew very well. Debts of money must be paid with one's body. Qin Feng couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? However, Yan Wushuang thought that it was unlikely because Qin Feng had broken his ties. "Group leader Yan, since you're out shopping, you should act like you're shopping. If you don't buy anything, you'd be too embarrassed to walk down Hong Kong's Bai Hui Street with your hands full of shopping bags," Qin Feng said. Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes, feeling helpless. "If you want to buy something, go ahead. I don't need any clothes. This is a women's clothing store. Why should I buy anything? Since we're here, let's just look around." Qin Feng dragged Yan Wushuang into the LV store. There were many new winter styles in the store, and the trendy windbreakers were very beautiful. Qin Feng felt that Yan Wushuang would look very cool in them. "Sir, is there any style that you like? This row is the latest style that came out yesterday." The shopping guide quickly came over. "Take that row of clothes down," Qin Feng said as he pointed at the clothes that he thought were acceptable. The shopping guide was slightly surprised, and the smile on her face became brighter. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir. I'll take them down for you." Not long after, the shopping guide came back with more than 10 clothes. There were windbreakers, short skirts, knitted sweaters, and all kinds of clothes. Yan Wushuang was shocked. "What are you doing? Are you going back to the store?" Yan Wushuang pinched Qin Feng's arm. "What store? I bought them for you to wear. Hurry up and try them on. You have an outstanding temperament, so I'm sure you'll look good in them." Qin Feng shoved the pile of clothes into Yan Wushuang's hands and pushed her to the fitting room. Qin Feng walked to the entrance of the fitting room and hesitated. He almost wanted to go in and do something. The things in the LV store were all very expensive, and the people who came here were all rich people. However, it was rare to see a nouveau riche like Qin Feng who didn't ask for the price and directly ordered a row of clothes. The sales lady was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She didn't care about the other customers and followed Qin Feng along the way to serve him at all times. With this order, Just the commission alone would be over 10,000. Soon, Yan Wushuang walked out of the fitting room. She had changed into a red windbreaker. The windbreaker was wide open, and it was very sexy and enchanting. Inside, she wore a black tube top, revealing her sexy little belly button. She wore black leather shorts and black cotton socks. Her entire body was filled with a seductive aura. Qin Feng was a bit entranced, and the saleswoman covered her mouth and almost screamed. Yan Wushuang had been wearing ordinary clothes before. Now that she had changed into a new set of clothes, her aura had completely changed. It was as if she was a completely different person. Beauty, this set of clothes suits your temperament very well. You look cool with a hint of sexy and enchanting. It's so beautiful. The saleswoman was so used to praising people that she had mastered the skill of lying without blinking an eye. She could tell all kinds of lies no matter who wore the clothes in the store. However, this time, the saleswoman sighed from the bottom of her heart. She even began to feel jealous of Yan Wushuang. How could there be such a perfect woman in this world? Not only was she delicate and handsome, but her figure was also extremely good. Qin Feng, do I look good? Yan Wushuang asked Qin Feng coldly, as if she didn't hear the saleswoman's praise. She touched the tip of her nose with her hand and looked at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng glanced at Yan Wushuang's exposed little belly button and said, "Beautiful, really beautiful." "Then I'll buy this set of clothes. How much is it?" Yan Wushuang had seen the effect of this set of clothes in the fitting room, and she also thought it was beautiful. Yan Wushuang didn't like to dress up, but it didn't mean that she didn't like to be beautiful. Which woman in this world didn't like to be beautiful? The saleswoman took out a calculator and quickly calculated the price of Yan Wushuang's set of clothes. The reported price shocked Yan Wushuang. "Beauty, the total is 987,000 yuan. After discount, it's 980,000 yuan. Isn't it cheap? You can buy a set of clothes from an international first-rate celebrity at such a low price. I think you look more elegant than an international first-rate celebrity in this set of clothes." "Stop. Let me think about it." Yan Wushuang immediately pulled Qin Feng aside. She quite liked this set of clothes. But wasn't the price a little too ridiculous? 980,000 yuan? How could the saleswoman say it was cheap? "Qin Feng, this set of clothes costs 980,000 yuan? Is it because I haven't shopped for a long time? Didn't I buy clothes that cost a few hundred yuan in the past?" Qin Feng smiled. He took out his bank card and threw it to the saleswoman. "Other than this set of clothes that my girlfriend is wearing, I'll buy all the other sets as well." Yan Wushuang and the saleswoman were stunned. The saleswoman quickly regained her senses and swiped the bank card as if she was afraid that Qin Feng would change his mind. Yan Wushuang wanted to stop the saleswoman, but when she regained her senses, the saleswoman was already out of sight. "Why did you buy me such expensive clothes? Don't try to woo me with those cliché tricks. Let me tell you I won't fall for it." Yan Wushuang glared at Qin Feng. She could not accept a gift worth millions of yuan. After all, they were not a real couple. "Team leader Yan, can you stop rubbing salt in my wound? It's not like you don't know that I'm broken. Why would I woo you?" Qin Feng complained. A trace of guilt flashed in Yan Wushuang's eyes. She immediately softened her cold attitude. "I am not used to it yet. Don't overthink it. I don't mean anything else." "Then accept the clothes I bought you. Otherwise, that's what you meant," Qin Feng said shamelessly. "What do I mean?" Yan Wushuang was confused by Qin Feng. "You mean you despise me for being broken?" "I didn't. I've been treating you with my hands every day. When did I despise you?" After Yan Wushuang finished speaking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Seeing Qin Feng smirk, Yan Wushuang blushed. After the two of them messed around for a while, the saleswoman came to them with 5 handbags and a bank card. "Sir, please take your card and your shopping bag," Wang Yao said. Yan Wushuang did not want Qin Feng to buy her such expensive clothes. However, she failed to argue with Qin Feng, so she could only let him be. After the two of them finished shopping in the LV store, they wandered on the street. Qin Feng wanted to take Yan Wushuang to buy a few more handbags, but Yan Wushuang refused to enter the store. She dragged Qin Feng and walked on the street. She was shocked by Qin Feng's extravagance. Team leader Yan, spray some perfume. It will make you more feminine. Qin Feng took out the perfume he bought before and sprayed some on Yan Wushuang without asking for her permission. Ah, what are you doing? I don't want this. It was the first time Yan Wushuang sprayed perfume. She was so nervous that she wanted to run away. Qin Feng quickly grabbed Yan Wushuang's arm and let the perfume fall on Yan Wushuang's body. He even put his face on Yan Wushuang's neck and sniffed. It smells good. I like this smell. Fuck, you little brat. How dare you flirt with a young woman in broad daylight? Are you looking for a beating? Qin Feng grabbed Yan Wushuang's hand and sniffed her fragrance. Suddenly, an angry rebuke came from behind. A man who had shaved his head in the middle of winter swaggered over with his 4 lackeys. When the 5 of them came to Qin Feng's side, the 4 followers surrounded Qin Feng as if they were afraid that Qin Feng would run away. Do I know you? Get lost if you don't have anything to say. Qin Feng was annoyed that the bald man interrupted him. The bald guy kept glancing at Yan Wushuang's black chest and then at her sexy little belly button. He was almost drooling from looking at her. Damn brat, judging from your accent, you must be a country bumpkin from the mainland. What did you say just now? You asked me to get lost? Are you blind? Do you know who I am? The bald man shouted at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang could tell why the bald man was here. He had taken a fancy to Yan Wushuang's beauty and deliberately came to make trouble for Qin Feng. Who are you? Qin Feng looked at the bald man as if he was looking at an idiot. The bald man was stunned. He was really dumbfounded by Qin Feng's question. Huh, did I hear it wrong? You asked me who I am? Don't you know who I am? Bang! Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He punched the bald man's face. The bald man screamed and fell to the ground. Now I know who you are. You are an idiot. Qin Feng retracted his fist and muttered. The 4 lackeys who came with the bald-headed man were still in a daze. They stared at Qin Feng with astonished expressions, as if they had seen something inconceivable. How dare this brat hit them? How dare he hit them? Arg, how dare you hit Brother Baldy? You are dead meat. Don't you know that our Brother Baldy is like water? You are really funny. How are you going to work hard in Hong Kong in the future? The 4 followers spoke in a Hong Kong accent, which made Qin Feng want to laugh. Bang! Qin Feng didn't say anything. He slapped 2 of the followers and sent them to the ground. They screamed along with their bald man. The remaining 2 lackeys immediately shut their mouths and swallowed their saliva in fear. Although these people were Hong Kong hooligans, they usually cursed at each other and rarely fought. They looked at Qin Feng in fear and thought, how can a mainlander be so rude? Why did he fight just because of a disagreement? You're a mainlander. Don't you know that Brother Baldy is like water? Arg, I will follow you. You are really in big trouble this time. Brother Baldy is a member of the Hong sect. They can cover the sky with one hand in Hong Kong. The 2 followers chattered for a long time and finally revealed Baldy's backer. Qin Feng had long lost his patience. He gave them 2 kicks and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. After taking care of the 5 people, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to look at them. He continued to shop with Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was a cold woman. She didn't care about Baldy and the other hooligans. They deserved to be beaten. Midnight added a chapter for Brother Bohan. Thank you for the tip. Brother has supported this book from its lowest point until now. Thank you very much. Chapter 721. Thank you, Lone Wolf 12137, for your tips. Brothers, it's double the monthly tickets now." Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang continued to stroll along the street. 200% of the people on the street turned their heads to look at them. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xiao Feng's ordinary appearance. Everyone was here to admire Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng stole glances at Yan Wushuang from time to time. Yan Wushuang's red windbreaker, paired with her black strapless top in the dead of winter, was simply too mesmerizing. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, were also very sexy. However, Yan Wushuang was cold and ruthless. She kept a distance from Qin Feng. Qin Feng could only look at her, but he couldn't touch her. "Leader Yan, how powerful is the Hong sect?" Qin Feng asked. "There are 3 sects and 5 sects in China. The 3 sects are the Dragon sect, the Verdant sect, and the Hong sect. How powerful do you think they are?" Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Before Qin Feng joined the Dragon sect, he thought that the Dragon sect was very mysterious. After joining, he found that the Dragon sect was even more mysterious. Not only did the Dragon sect have the 9 dragons and 5 tigers, but it also had the 12 upper peaks. Any one of these people was powerful enough to scare people to death. However, the fact that the Verdant sect and the Hong sect could be called the 3 sects along with the Dragon sect proved that these 2 sects were not to be underestimated. Qin Feng had come into contact with the Verdant sect before. Back when Heping Town was raiding Feng Yun Fun City, the Li clan of Yunhai City had colluded with the Verdant sect. Both parties had been secretly conducting research on the human body. The Verdant sect seemed to be a sect of evil cultivators. They used human experiments to research methods for rapid breakthroughs. Qin Feng had fought with the Verdant sect twice. The first time was when he fought with Guardian Qin Feng of the inner 6th floor of the Verdant sect. The second time Qin Feng fought with Ghastly Face Mountain was a stage 7 evil cultivator. His strength was comparable to a stage 9 inner Qi expert. Even when Qin Feng joined forces with the Yinyang elders, they still failed to kill Ghastly Face Mountain. From the strength of these people, one could see how powerful the Verdant sect was. However, among the 3 factions, Qin Feng had never come into contact with the Hong faction. Today was the first time he had offended someone from the Hong faction. They said they were from the Hong sect. Is that true? Qin Feng asked Yan Wushuang. If the 3 sects were divided according to the rule that the 3 sects were basically the same, Qin Feng felt that he had provoked another big trouble. The Hong sect originated from the Han dynasty. It was developed by Chun Jinan, the chief commander of the Southern Ming Empire, into the Hong sect. The Hong sect is the largest overseas Chinese organization. Their members are spread all over the world. They have a wealth of intelligence and experts. 10 years ago, they moved their headquarters to Hong Kong, the land under our feet. Yan Wushuang explained the history and current situation of the Hong sect to Qin Feng in detail. It turned out that the base of the Freemasons was in Hong Kong. If that was the case, then the bald man and the others might really be from the Freemasons. While Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were talking about the Hong sect, the emerald spirit ring on Qin Feng's finger suddenly reacted. A stream of cold air flowed into Qin Feng's body, telling him that there was a treasure nearby. It was Qin Feng's first time using the emerald spirit ring's treasure sensing function. Therefore, he didn't know how to use it for a while. After sensing for a while, Qin Feng finally got the hang of it. Big Sister Sue, it's that brat. He doesn't respect the Hong sect and said that we are dog shit. Qin Feng looked toward the direction of the emerald spirit ring's sensing function. The bald man and the others who were beaten up by him not long ago were walking toward him while swearing. In front of the 5 of them was a girl. The girl was wearing a strange outfit. She had a yellow afro, and her jeans were full of holes, revealing her fair skin. Her face was fair and clear, and her facial features were exquisite. However, this girl's pretty face was covered with ear studs and nose studs. She even had 2 steel balls nailed to her lips. She looked like a non-mainstream beauty. Hey, are you the brat who slandered the Hong sect's reputation? Why are you bad-mouthing the Hong sect? The non-mainstream beauty had already walked in front of Qin Feng. She placed her hands on her waist and glared at Qin Feng. At this time, the Emerald Spirit Ring's sensing function on Qin Feng's finger had reached its peak. Qin Feng followed the direction of the sensing function, and his gaze finally fell on the little beauty's chest. The little beauty was wearing a cool winter outfit. She was wearing an open black windbreaker and a white tank top. Due to her puberty, the collar of the tank top was pushed up high. A string of red jade was hanging on the little beauty's neck, and the jade was stuck in her cleavage. It was as if Qin Feng had been bewitched. His body involuntarily moved towards the non-mainstream beauty. He only stopped when the tips of their noses were about to touch. Qin Feng suddenly lowered his head and fixed his gaze on the 3 dark red jades. A green light flickered in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a treasure! What a treasure!" Yan Wushuang was dumbfounded. Baldy and the others were stunned. The non-mainstream beauty was infuriated by Qin Feng's shameless behavior. Her breasts rose and fell as if they were about to explode. She reached out her hand and swung it at Qin Feng's face. "You stinking pervert, where are you looking at? I'm going to gouge your eyes out." Slap! The little beauty's lily-white hand fell, and a crisp sound was heard. Qin Feng grabbed the little beauty's wrist. It was soft and as smooth as silk. "Woman, you're quite delicate. Why do you have to make yourself look like a lunatic? Also, who are you calling a stinking pervert? Open your eyes and look carefully. I'm an outstanding young man." Qin Feng grabbed the little beauty's hand, and his gaze didn't forget to stare at her chest. This time, Qin Feng could swear to God that he really didn't peek anywhere else. He was very interested in the 3 red jades on the little beauty's chest because of the Emerald Spirit Ring's detection. The Emerald Spirit Ring was worthy of being a blue-grade auxiliary spiritual weapon. Not only could it detect treasures within a limited range, but it could also identify information about treasures. Qin Feng already knew that the 3 jades on the little beauty's chest were 3 heaven and earth primary stones. This type of gemstone had the ability to automatically absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Qin Feng could use them to refine the Starry Sky flying sword. When the time comes, he could inlay the 3 thumb-sized heaven and earth primary stones on the hilt of the Starry Sky flying sword. Not only could it have a decorative effect, but it could also help the flying sword absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. You big bastard, let go of me. Also, move your dog eyes away from my chest. How dare you offend me in Hong Kong? Don't even think about leaving here alive." After the little beauty was grabbed by Qin Feng, she was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She struggled desperately to break free from Qin Feng's grasp. However, Qin Feng's hand was like a vice, and she couldn't break free at all. Yan Wushuang, the Baldy, and the others were awakened by the little beauty's scream. Yan Wushuang's face immediately turned cold. She felt very embarrassed. Didn't Qin Feng break his arm? Why did he suddenly relapse again? "Oh, you motherfucker! How dare you take liberties with our Hong sect's missy? You're finished." The Baldy and the others jumped in fright. That non-mainstream beauty was the sister of Hong sect's leader, Wu Chang, and the first missy of Hong sect, Ao Shaowan. Since Ao Shaowan was born, she had never been wronged or bullied. How could Qin Feng take liberties with her in public on the street? The Baldy and the others had a gloating look on their faces. They could already imagine Qin Feng's tragic end. The 5 of them had just been beaten by Qin Feng, and all of them were injured. But even so, they couldn't watch Ao Shaowan get bullied. Otherwise, the Hong sect would kill them. The 5 of them rushed up and attacked Qin Feng together. Qin Feng didn't even look at the 5 of them. He lightly kicked the 5 of them and sent them flying. How dare you attack the people of Hong sect? You're dead meat. I'll call my brother now and ask him to bring people to kill you. Ao Shaoan still couldn't break free from Qin Feng's big hand. She didn't waste any more effort and immediately took out her cell phone to call someone. But before she could make the call, the phone was snatched away by Qin Feng. Hey, why did you snatch my cell phone? Give it back to me. Ao Shaoan was so angry that she was about to cry. She was the eldest daughter of Hong sect. In Hong Kong, if she said a word, both the underworld and the underworld would tremble. But today, she met a brat who was not afraid of death. He touched her hand and looked at her chest. Qin Feng's eyes never left the 3 primordial stones of heaven and earth. As if he didn't see the angry expression on Ao Shaoan's face, he said unhurriedly, "Little beauty, I think you misunderstood me. I don't mean you any harm. I just like a treasure on your body. Give me a price. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs." Qin Feng gestured at Ao Shaoan's chest with his mouth, meaning that he wanted to buy the 3 primordial stones on Ao Shaoan's chest. Ao Shaoan's face turned cold and she almost fainted. "You big pervert, you have a screw loose in your head. I won't give you the treasure. Don't even think about it." Ao Shaoan had never seen such a shameless man as Qin Feng. How could he ask someone to give him her chest in broad daylight? Besides, this was the flesh on her body. How could she give it to him? "You're not willing to give it to me? In fact, it's useless for you to keep that treasure. You'd better give me a price. I will definitely satisfy you. I can also give you an elixir so that you can become a warrior." Qin Feng had felt Ao Shaoan's body. There was no fluctuation of internal qi on this girl's body. Obviously, she was just an ordinary person. The primordial stones of heaven and earth were really useless on Ao Shaoan's neck. Even if the stones absorbed the spirit qi of heaven and earth, Ao Shaoan couldn't transform it into martial arts. Qin Feng was going to take out a blood qi pill in exchange for the 3 primordial stones of heaven and earth. This was a deal that would benefit both sides. However, Ao Shaoan didn't believe Qin Feng's words. Moreover, she had misunderstood Qin Feng's meaning from the beginning. Qin Feng wanted to buy the 3 primordial stones of heaven and earth. Ao Shaoan had always thought that Qin Feng had taken a fancy to her chest. This misunderstanding was really big. Ao Shaoan glared at Qin Feng angrily. She now had a plan, which was to delay Qin Feng as much as possible. In Hong Kong, the Hong sect's people were everywhere. She believed that it wouldn't be long before reinforcements came. Chapter 722. Have you had enough? Yan Wu Shuang couldn't stand it anymore. She walked to Qin Feng angrily. Qin Feng looked at Yan Wu Shuang and said seriously, "Stay out of this. I must get the treasure on that woman's chest today. It's very important to me." Qin Feng looked at Yan Wu Shuang seriously, and then his eyes returned to Ao Shaoan's full chest. Looking at the 3 dark red heaven and earth essence stones, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. Yan Wu Shuang and Ao Shaoan's mouths twitched. They wanted to press Qin Feng to the ground and beat him up. How could this man be so shameless? "Why do you want her chest? Do you want her to cut it off and give it to you? Miss Sue, are you all right?" "Damn, let go of Miss Sue. You're courting death. Someone dares to bully the Miss of the Hong sect. Brothers of the Hong sect, come out." Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. A moment later, a burst of rapid footsteps came from both ends of the main street of Baihui Street. 2 groups of people rushed over from both sides of the street. At a glance, there were at least 100 people on each side. Qin Feng and Yan Wu Shuang were stunned, but Ao Shaoan jumped up excitedly. "Haha, my support group is here. You bastard, you're going to die today." They were all from the Hong sect. Ao Shaoan was so excited that he danced with joy. Yan Wu Shuang, who was standing next to Qin Feng, stomped her feet and pinched Qin Feng's lower back. She knew Qin Feng was born with bad luck and was famous for being a troublemaker. He couldn't stop for even a second. What's wrong with you again? Why do you want her chest? Now you've offended the Hong sect of Hong sect. You'll have to collect your own corpse, Yan Wushuang complained. Qin Feng didn't expect that the matter would become so serious. He just wanted to buy the heaven and earth essence stones from Ao Xiaowan's chest. Huh. Wait, what did Yan Wushuang just say? When did I say I wanted her chest? Bastard, let go of the myths of the Hong sect. It's been a long time since someone dared to offend the Hong sect. Now that I've met you, I can finally find someone to relax my muscles. 2 groups of people had already surrounded them, and a dense mass of people blocked Baihui Street, so that not even a drop of water could pass through. Many people who came to shop were standing outside and stretching their necks to look inside. Is this Hong Kong's underworld? That was fucking amazing. Are you really the daughter of the Hong sect? Qin Feng had always thought that Baldy and the others were bragging, but now Qin Feng had no choice but to seriously consider this problem. Ao Xiaowan thought Qin Fen was afraid. She looked at Qin Fen proudly and shouted, "Do you believe it now? It's obviously too late." Qin Feng was not afraid. Most of the 200 or so Hong triad members in front of him were just normal hooligans. Qin Feng could send a dozen of them flying with a single kick. Furthermore, Qin Feng had no intention of becoming enemies with the Hong triad, because there was no enmity between them. Little beauty, it's not a big deal that you're the young mistress of the Hong sect, but there's no conflict between us. Why did you gather so many people to surround me? Qin Feng asked calmly. Ao Xiaowan was angered again. He glared at Qin Feng and roared. You have the nerve to say that there is no conflict between us? You stared at my breasts in broad daylight and forced me to sell them to you. How can you say that there is no conflict between us? Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He finally realized that he had been misunderstood by Yan Wushuang and Ao Xiaowan. Qin Feng suddenly felt a little sad. What was wrong with the world now? The morals of the world were degenerating day by day. How did women's thoughts become so filthy? Is peeking at your collar the same as peeking at your chest? Qin Feng was clearly looking at the primordial stone of heaven and earth. You misunderstood me. I wanted to buy the jade necklace you were wearing. I'm not interested in your breasts, Qin Feng said, curling his lips. Ao Xiaowan was even angrier. Could it be that his breasts were not as beautiful as 3 pieces of jade? Ao Xiaowan did not believe Qin Feng's nonsense. This guy must have seen so many people coming, so he felt guilty and began to make up a lie. It's useless to say anything now. You are just spying on my beauty. You wanted to buy my breasts before. Ao Xiaowan pouted and stared at Qin Feng unreasonably. Qin Feng found that these spoiled women, who had been spoiled since childhood, were difficult to please. They were simply unreasonable. Why would I buy your breasts for no reason? Are you going to cut them off and give them to me? You'd better let these men go back, or you will regret it. Qin Feng looked at Ao Xiaowan indifferently. Ao Xiaowan pouted and looked arrogant. She did not believe Qin Feng's nonsense. She had called more than 200 people. How could she be afraid of this guy? You are the one who will regret it. Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Hong Kong. Ao Xiaowan glared at Qin Feng. She was not afraid of Qin Feng at all. Yan Wushuang saw that the situation was about to explode. She quickly stood up and said, "Hurry up and let her go. Don't you have any shame? If you continue like this, I will leave first." Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He glared at Yan Wushuang angrily and said, "How am I shameless? I just want to buy her breasts. What's wrong with that?" Qin Feng's roar was very loud. He was so angry that he shouted the wrong words. Yan Wushuang and Ao Xiaowan had smoke coming out of their heads. The members of the Hong sect around them were so angry that their eyeballs almost popped out. This guy dared to take liberties with the miss in public. Damn it. Everyone, let's go together. If we don't cut off this guy's tongue today, We will not live up to the name of Hong sect. And dig out his eyes. Smash his eggs. More than 200 people were truly enraged. These hooligans had watched Ao Shaowan grow up. Everyone took care of her like she was their own little sister. When had she ever suffered the slightest bit of grievance? Now, Qin Feng dared to take liberties with her in public. This was simply unforgivable. Whoosh! Seeing the crowd rushing toward her, Yan Wushuang jumped directly to the roof next to her. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and coldly stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was so shameless that even Yan Wushuang did not want to help him. The crowd had come to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng had no time to complain about Yan Wushuang. Since you want to be beaten, I will fulfill your wish. After a roar, Qin Feng struck with his palm. Bang! The row of hooligans at the front fell to the ground in an instant. Even the row of people behind them fell to the ground. Qin Feng turned around and struck with his palm again. The row of people behind him also fell to the ground. Everyone fell to the ground like a row of toy blocks. Screams and screams were heard all around. More than 200 people came with fierce momentum. Unexpectedly, they were easily defeated by Qin Feng with 2 palms. This person was really too powerful. You bastard! How dare you bully the people of Hong sect? I will bite you to death. Ao Shaowan grew up in Hong sect. Only his elder brother and the members of Hong sect accompanied him. Ao Shaowan had deep feelings for Hong sect. Seeing his brothers being bullied, Ao Shaowan directly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and bit him. You damned girl. Are you born in the year of the dog? Let go of me. Qin Feng screamed in pain and shook his arm vigorously. Ao Shaowan's teeth seemed to grow on Qin Feng's arm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of this girl. Qin Feng was speechless for a while. He held Ao Shaowan's small waist and jumped up. The 2 of them arrived on the roof. Leader Yan, you are too heartless. We are partners. How can you leave me here to watch the show? Qin Feng stared at Yan Wushuang and felt very unhappy. Yan Wushuang said calmly, It's good enough that I didn't help those people beat you. You should quickly let her go. She is the young lady of Hong sect. If the masters of Hong sect come, you really won't be able to escape. Qin Feng just wanted to discuss with Ao Shaowan about buying the jade pendant on her chest. He did not expect that there would be such a big misunderstanding. Qin Feng was speechless. His eyes fell on Ao Shaowan's chest again. He reached out and directly took the 3 heaven and earth stones. You bastard! You attacked my chest. Ao Shaowan was shocked by Qin Feng's action and shouted. As soon as they heard that Qin Feng dared to attack the young lady's chest, the members of Hong sect on the ground jumped up in anger. They picked up stones and bricks on the ground and threw them at Qin Feng. A rain of stones formed in the air. Yan Wushuang was furious because of Qin Feng. She jumped up and left first. Qin Feng could not leave Ao Shaowan behind. Otherwise, this girl would be killed by her own people. Qin Feng held Su Xianwan tightly and left after Yan Wushuang. Wow, are those 2 immortals? They can fly. What are you thinking? Those 2 are martial arts masters at most. That is not flying. It is Qigong drifting on water. I think you've read too many novels. They have wires hanging from their bodies. In the end, these people are actually filming a movie. That's what I said. How could that man knock down a row of people with a single slap? It's all acting. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang's skills and began to talk about it. The people of Hong sect were still in a daze. The young lady was kidnapped by a rapist. Brotherly, what should we do? The young lady is gone. It's over. If Head Wu Chang knows about this, he will kill us. It's okay. The young lady's safety is more important. Let's go back and tell Head Wu Chang to take people to rescue the young lady. The members of the Hong triad rushed to the base. Miss Hong had been kidnapped in Hong Kong? No one would believe this even if they told others about it. Hey, hey, hey! Put me down! Don't touch me! Yan Wushuang and Qin Feng got rid of the people of Hong sect and were standing in a small alley. Ao Shaowan was still in Qin Feng's arms. She struggled desperately to get out. What are you shouting for? I was saving you just now, don't you know? You silly girl, go back quickly. Qin Feng let go of Ao Shaowan and took the initiative to drive her away. Ao Shaowan was dumbfounded. She thought Qin Feng kidnapped her to do something bad. She did not expect that he would let her go. You know what's good for you. But our business is not over yet. Just wait and see. As long as you are still in Hong Kong, I will find you sooner or later and dig out your eyes. Ao Shaowan was protected by Hong sect. She was fearless since childhood. Now she was in Qin Feng's hands, but she was not nervous at all. Hey, you little girl, how dare you threaten me? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will strip you naked. Qin Feng glared at Ao Shaowan. Chapter 7:23. Head leader, bad news. Young mistress has been kidnapped by a rapist. In the base of Hong Kong's Hong Triad, a group of people from Hong Triad had rushed back. Before they could finish shouting, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the front yard, emitting a terrifying aura. Who dares to kidnap my sister? Where was she kidnapped? The man was wearing a black robe. His long hair was messed up by the cold wind. His skin was fair and clean, and his face was even colder than the wind. This was Hong Triad's head leader, Ao Wuchang. Head leader Wuchang, young mistress, was kidnapped by a man on Baihui Street with a beautiful woman. That man has evil intentions. Bang! Before the member of Hong Triad could finish speaking, Ao Wuchang stomped on the ground and created a deep pit. Find her. If Xiao Wan is missing even a hair, I'll send you all to hell. Wuchang was furious, and the whole Hong Triad was in turmoil. From the Grand Elder to the outer members who hadn't officially joined Hong Triad, everyone became busy. All the underground forces in Hong Kong were alarmed. The Sand Tip Group, the North Sea Gang, the Dragon Bay Gang. As long as they wanted to survive in Hong Kong, they began to listen to Hong Triad's orders and searched for Ao Shaowan's whereabouts all over the city. Ao Shaowan didn't know that her disappearance had caused such a stir that almost all the gangs in Hong Kong were shaken. After Ao Shaowan left Qin Feng's place, she walked to the Hong Triad's base, cursing Qin Feng along the way. Where's my jade pendant? That bastard must have stolen it. Did he really want my jade pendant instead of my breasts? What's wrong with this man's eyes? I'm so angry. Ao Shaowan suddenly found that the jade pendant hanging on her neck was gone, which made her even angrier. She even felt lonely because she had been ignored. Before she knew it, Ao Shaowan had already returned to the Hong Triad's base. At this time, there weren't many people in the base. Almost all the members of Hong Triad had gone out to search for Ao Shaowan. Look, that's young mistress, right? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Young mistress came back by herself. Damn, it's really young mistress. Go and report to head leader Wuchang that young mistress is back. Our lives are saved. When the two disciples of the Hong sect saw Ao Shaowan, they were so excited as if they had seen their own mother. They were about to go to the inner room to find Zhangduozi Wuchang to report the good news, when suddenly a gust of wind blew, and like a ghost, Wuchang appeared in the front courtyard. Shaowan, are you okay? Wuchang pulled his sister to his side and carefully examined Ao Shaowan's body. Brother, what are you doing? What can happen to me? Ao Shaowan was frightened by Wuchang's nervous look and didn't know what was wrong with his brother. Shaowan, where's the jade pendant that I gave you? Why is it gone? Wuchang soon discovered the abnormality and frowned. The jade pendant wasn't made of ordinary jade. It was made of 3 heaven and earth essence stones. Ao Wuchang had found 3 heaven-earth vital stones and hung them on his little sister's body to help her calm her mind. But who would have thought that the jade pendant would disappear. At the mention of the jade pendant, Ao Shaoan clenched her fists angrily, waved them in the air and shouted, "Brother, there was a bastard who caught me just now. He also peeped at my beauty. I didn't obey him, so he forced himself on me. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. The jade pendant should have been lost when I resisted." Ao Shaoan lied without blinking. If Qin Feng were here, he would be infuriated by this wicked girl. Bang! Wu Chang stomped his foot on the ground again, leaving behind a huge footprint. Several disciples of the Hong sect, standing in the front courtyard, felt wronged. The deep hole that Zhongduo's Wu Chang had made before had been filled with cement. Why did he step on another one? What was wrong with Zhongduo's Wu Chang? Who dares to bully my sister? I will tear him into pieces. Wu Chang looked up to the sky and roared. His internal qi gushed out, making Ao Shaoan tremble in fear. "Brother, why are you like a beast? Don't scare me." Ao Shaoan quickly hugged her brother's arm. Wu Chang immediately retracted his internal qi and touched his sister's head with distress. "Shaoan, did that bastard do anything to you? Have you figured out his background? I will kill him now, skin him alive and send him to hell." Wu Chang was a hot-tempered man. With a few words, he threatened to skin someone alive and send him to hell. The disciples of the Hong sect were so scared that they shivered. "Brother, that brat is very shrewd. He already knew that I am the daughter of the Hong sect, but he didn't dare to reveal my identity because he was afraid of our Hong sect's revenge. I don't know who he is, but he is with a beautiful woman. Judging from their accents, they are both mainlanders. Brother, you can send someone to check all the hotels in Hong Kong. Maybe we can find that bastard's whereabouts." Ao Shaoan also wanted to find Qin Feng as soon as possible. She wanted to take back her jade pendant and teach Qin Feng a lesson. She wanted to see if this brat would still be interested in the jade pendant and not her breasts. "Okay, I will send someone to investigate now. Whoever dares to offend my Ao Wu Chang sister, let me catch him and trample him to death." Bang! In a rage, Wu Chang stepped on the ground again, creating another deep pit. Several disciples, standing on the side, twitched their mouths and almost fainted. After receiving the 3 heaven and earth yuan stones from Ao Shaoan, Qin Feng had been staying in the hotel for the past few days. It was not that he didn't want to go out, but he couldn't. It's all your fault. You must have indirect neuropathy. Didn't you break your arm? Why did you go and flirt with the daughter of the Hong sect? You're just looking for trouble. Look at you now. Both the underworld and the underworld in Hong Kong have been mobilized, and the streets are filled with people looking for you. I can't even go out. I have to order takeout every day. You're such a bastard. Yan Wushuang had cursed Qin Feng a few hundred times over the past few days, and Qin Feng had only bought her a few sets of new clothes. Yan Wushuang wanted to wear the new clothes and go out for a walk, but the Hong triad was so furious that they started to search for Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang was also implicated. She had been eating and sleeping in her room for the past few days. She couldn't even go out. Qin Feng was embarrassed. He didn't expect the matter to become so serious. The Hong sect was indeed powerful. No wonder they were one of the 3 sects of China along with the Verdant sect and the Dragon sect. They had way too many members. Qin Feng recalled that his Hero Alliance had only recruited 5 members, and Li Xingtian and Yunzhe were still candidates. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed. Why did the Hong sect send so many people to look for me? Could it be that the non-mainstream wants to force me to be their son-in-law? Qin Feng curled his lips. He really couldn't figure it out. Although Qin Feng had captured Ao Shaoan a few days ago, he had done so to save her. Otherwise, she would have been crushed to death by the stones thrown by the disciples of the Hong sect. Moreover, Qin Feng had released Ao Shaoan without hurting her at all. Why was the Hong sect throwing a tantrum? Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes. She was so angry that she almost laughed. Yan Wushuang had only heard of the wife of the Hong sect's leader. This was the first time she heard of the son-in-law. Moreover, your appearance is extremely ordinary. She is the daughter of the Hong sect. Why would she like you? Why are you so thick-skinned? Don't even think about it. You stole his jade pendant. It would be strange if he didn't come after you. If it were me, I would turn Hong Kong upside down to find you. I would skin you alive and cook you in a wok of boiling oil, Yan Wushuang yelled while gnashing her teeth. Qin Feng shuddered. The most vicious thing was a woman's heart. This saying was not wrong at all. The two of them looked at each other with displeasure and stopped talking. At this moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. Hello, is this Brother Chiao Feng? I'm Lu Hai's little brother. As soon as the phone was connected, a weak voice came from the other side. Who is Lu Hai? You called the wrong number. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Qin Feng was angry and his tone was very unpleasant. Lu Hai almost vomited blood on the other end of the phone, but he didn't dare to vent his anger. Ever since Lu Hai was poisoned by Qin Feng, he had been in a bad state. As soon as Lu Hai returned home, he told his father about this. At first, Lu Feng didn't believe Qin Feng's nonsense and even wanted to find someone to take revenge on Qin Feng. How could there be any poison in this world that couldn't be cured? However, after Lu Feng took his son to see a few hospitals and found a few famous doctors, he confirmed Qin Feng's words. This king of poisons really couldn't be cured by anyone. Lu Feng hurriedly held a family meeting and explained the ins and outs of the matter. The Lu family had no other choice but to think of a way to introduce Qin Feng to the Wei family. However, this matter didn't go so smoothly. It took 3 days before it was settled. In these 3 days, Lu Hai was almost tortured to death. On the first day, he started to vomit blood nonstop. He vomited when eating, vomited when going to the toilet, and even vomited when rolling in the bed. He scared the young model unconscious. On the second day, he finally stopped vomiting blood. Lu Hai started to spit out white foam. He vomited when eating, vomited when going to the toilet, and vomited when rolling in the bed. He directly made a Hong Kong miss faint from the stench. On the third day, he didn't vomit blood or spit out white foam. Lu Hai discovered that he started to lose control of his bowels and urine. Eating, peeing, sleeping, and rolling in the bed when he was excited, he excreted all over the other party. He directly made the school beauty from the university faint from disgust. Lu Hai had experienced hellish torture these 3 days. When he heard the good news from his family that the upper echelons of the rich and powerful wanted to see Chiao Feng, Lu Hai was in the middle of shitting his crotch. However, he didn't care anymore. He took out his yellow phone and called Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng opened his mouth and said that he didn't know Lu Hai. Lu Hai's hematemesis almost relapsed again. Big brother Chiao Feng, I'm little brother shithead. Don't you recognize me? Lu Hai changed his way of speaking. Qin Feng's cold voice immediately softened and he said with a smile, Oh, so it's you? I remember you. Your hair looks like dog shit. Why are you looking for me? Oh, right, you're not dead yet? When Lu Hai heard Qin Feng's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. Yan Wushuang glared at Qin Feng. She felt that Qin Feng was too evil. If anyone was blind enough to become his enemy, they would have committed a great sin in their previous life. Chapter 724. Cough, cough. Big brother, I'm not dead yet. This is not to help Big Brother with his business. How can I die? Lu Hai suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Oh, right, Big Brother, there's news from Rich Boss. Their upper echelons want to see you. Qin Feng turned on the loudspeaker so that Yan Wushuang could hear Lu Hai's words. The two of them suddenly sat up straight. They had been waiting for Lu Hai's news for a few days, and now it had finally come. When did the news come from Rich Boss? Qin Feng became serious. I just called her family 5 minutes ago, so I came to report to Big Brother. Lu Hai said, Where are you now? Come see me at the entrance of the Dafu gambling city in 10 minutes. If you're late, go home and buy a coffin, Qin Feng said. The corner of Lu Hai's mouth twitched again. Fortunately, he was smarter. He was on the phone while rushing to Rich Boss. Otherwise, how could he get there in 10 minutes? Even if Lu Hai was sent flying, it would be too late. All right, I'll be right there. After Qin Feng hung up Lu Hai's phone, Yan Wushuang asked, I'll go with you? It's better if you don't go, in case you arouse the suspicion of the Wei family. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Feng saw the trace of worry in Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes, which made Qin Feng's heart slightly warm. All right, I'll wait for you at the hotel. If anything goes wrong, inform me immediately. I'll be there soon, Yan Wushuang said solemnly. In front of serious matters, Yan Wushuang had always been serious and cold. Qin Feng was her partner, and a true partner would have to live and die together. That would have to be someone who had carried a gun and shot a cannon together. Pui, he had fought before. When Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Dafu gambling city, Lu Hai was already waiting there. That brat was looking left and right, hoping that Qin Feng would come over. Big brother Qiao Feng, you're finally here. Seeing Qin Feng, Lu Hai was as excited as if he had seen his own father, and ran over. What's the situation now? Qin Feng's face was cold, and he went straight to the point. Big brother, just now the upper echelons of the great billionaire gambling city said that they wanted to see you. They said that they had set up a gambling house in the gambling city and wanted to see your abilities. If your gambling skills are up to standard, they will hire you to participate in the Gambling King competition in 3 days. Lu Hai quickly explained the situation. Qin Feng nodded and said, they didn't suspect anything, right? Don't worry, big brother. We, the Sandsharp Group, will guarantee your character with our lives. Although the Sandsharp Group is not a big gang in Hong Kong, it is still a little famous. The higher-ups of Big Billionaire still trust the people we vouch for. That's right. Wait for me here. I'll look for you when I come out, Qin Feng said as he strode towards Big Billionaire host. Lu Hai stood outside with an anxious look on his face. He thought that Qin Feng would treat him the moment he saw him. But in the end, he had to wait for Qin Feng to come out. This made Lu Hai suffocated to death. Oh no! Lu Hai felt that something was leaking out of his crotch again. Just as he walked into the great billionaire gambling city, Qin Feng felt a wave of killing intent. Second Master, he was already waiting in the hall downstairs. His old eyes, which were mostly covered by his eyelids, flickered with a cold light. Second Master, he still bore a grudge against Qin Feng for causing havoc here 3 days ago. Old man, you look a little familiar. Qin Feng looked at Second Master his cold eyes, causing Second Master he to feel a little guilty. Humph. Follow me. Although Second Master, he was unhappy with Qin Feng. When he thought of the scene of Qin Feng defeating the 8 great guardian deities a few days ago, Second Master, he immediately lost confidence in his heart. Qin Feng followed Second Master, he all the way up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was the VIP area for rich and powerful people. Only VIPs with membership cards could come up to gamble. Second Master, he clearly had no intention of stopping at the 2nd floor. He circled around and walked to the 3rd floor. The space on the 3rd floor was smaller, but it was more luxurious. It was an enclosed private room, and from the outside, it was impossible to hear the voices in the private room. Qin Feng bought a talisman of clairvoyance to take a look. The private room was decorated like a palace. They were all luxurious gambling tables, and the chips on the gambling tables in each private room were piled into a small mountain. There were at least tens of millions of bets. Second Master, he continued to walk up and only stopped when he reached the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a huge banquet hall. There were 2 bodyguards in black standing at the door. Qin Feng felt the 2's auras. They were actually stage 7 inner chi martial artists. This Wei family really hid their strength. Young Master Wei, I've brought him. Second Master, he had already walked into the huge banquet hall, and Qin Feng was blocked by the 2 guards outside. "Bring him in." A lazy voice came from inside the room. The 2 guards each took a step back, and Qin Feng walked into the banquet hall. The decorations of the hall were dazzling, and it was even more luxurious than a palace. The ceiling was covered with gold foil, and it was a bit dazzling. In the innermost part of the hall, there was a standard shuttlecock card table. 2 men sat at the table. The younger man wore a white tang suit. He was fair and handsome, and the aura between his brows was very similar to Wei Xiaolei's. Qin Feng immediately recognized the man. This was Wei Xiaolei's cousin, Wei Tianhao. Qin Feng saw this brat when he accompanied Lu Jie to the banquet of the rich and powerful at the soaring cloud mansion. Beside Wei Tianhao sat a middle-aged man wearing a white kimono. The man looked to be in his early 40s, had a mustache, and was almost bald. This person was clearly a Japanese man. Behind the Japanese man stood an old Japanese man wearing a black samurai suit. There was a small mountain embroidered on the left chest of the samurai suit. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, and his cold eyes sized up Qin Feng. Wei Tianhao actually mingled with Japanese people. This was out of Qin Feng's expectations. From the looks of it, could it be that this money laundering case had something to do with the islanders? "You're the Qiao Feng recommended by the San Tip Group?" Wei Tianhao slowly asked after sizing up Qin Feng. "I'm Qiao Feng. Are you the behind-the-scenes bosses of Dafio Gambling City?" Qin Feng clearly knew, but pretended to be confused. Wei Tianhao slowly got up and walked to Qin Feng's side. He circled around Qin Feng and said with a smile, "That's right. I'm the behind-the-scenes boss of Dafio Gambling City. You can call me Young Master Wei. I heard that you came to my place 3 days ago to cause trouble? What's going on?" Wei Tianhao seemed to have a casual smile on his face, but Qin Feng noticed that he secretly gave the 2 guards a look. Now, Qin Feng could tell that Wei Tianhao didn't call him over just to find a gambling expert. Wei Tianhao also wanted to denounce him and get back at him. Qin Feng pretended not to see anything and said calmly, "Young Master Wei, you big shots are elusive. I originally wanted to come to Dafio Gambling City to find you for the gambling master position, but I couldn't see you at all. In a moment of desperation, I used extreme methods and pretended to cause trouble at Dafio Gambling City to lure you out. In the end, I still couldn't see young Master Wei, so I could only leave helplessly." Qin Feng spoke with a straight face, and his lies were always clear and logical. Wei Tianhao nodded slightly and thought quickly. "Then you found the people from the San Tip Group and asked them to recommend you here?" "That's right. I'm a gambling master from the mainland. I don't know much about the situation in Hong Kong. After asking around, I found out that gambling masters here require recommendations, so I found the people from the San Tip Group to recommend me here." Qin Feng's expression was serious. "Humph. You think I'll believe your nonsense? You say you're a gambling master from the mainland? Then how can you be so good at martial arts? Who the hell are you to be able to defeat the 6 great warriors in my territory?" Wei Tianhao's mood changed rapidly, and he turned hostile on a whim. As soon as he yelled, the 2 Stage 7 inner Qi martial artists standing at the door quietly came to Qin Feng's side and stared coldly at him from both sides. "Young Master Wei, what's the meaning of this? I'm only here to apply for the gambling master position. Are you doubting my identity? Didn't the people from the San Tip Group already vouch for me?" Facing Wei Tianhao's questioning, Qin Feng wasn't nervous at all, and his expression darkened. Wei Tianhao didn't answer Qin Feng. Instead, he gave the 2 security guards a look. One of them roared angrily and swung his fist at Qin Feng. "Brat, I don't care what you're here for, but you dared to cause trouble at Dafio Gambling City 3 days ago. You're looking for death." Boom! The strength of a Stage 7 inner Qi martial artist couldn't be underestimated. The security guard's punch created a wind-breaking sound. and a strong murderous intent exploded from his body like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Bang! The other guard also made his move. He leaped and landed on top of Qin Feng's head. He suddenly spun his feet and brought about a small whirlwind. The crackling sounds were frightening to listen to. Qin Feng was surrounded on both sides, and the two security guards attacked him from above and below. Their teamwork was airtight, and even a stage 8 inner Qi martial artist would be at a disadvantage in this situation. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two security guards' attacks landed and two dull thuds sounded. The expressions of Wei Tianhao and the two Japanese men sitting in front of the gambling table changed drastically. Qin Feng didn't fall for the trick. They didn't know when he had run to a nearby table, but he was minding his own business, drinking wine and eating snacks. The two security guards' attacks collided. One of them was punched and fell to the ground, and the other was sent flying by Qin Feng's leg. Young Master Wei, what's the meaning of these two underlings? Why are they fighting each other? Aren't you going to do anything? This is dog biting dog. Qin Feng spat a piece of beef on the ground and shook his head. Tui! Is this steak even fit for human consumption? It's disgusting. Wei Tianhao and the two Japanese men were stunned. They couldn't figure out Qin Feng's strength. Chapter 725. Wei Tianhao regained his senses and looked at the middle-aged man in a white kimono sitting in front of the gambling table. The middle-aged man gave him a slight nod, and Wei Tianhao retreated to the side without saying a word. The two guards stood up from the ground, one clutching his chest while the other clutched his abdomen. Both of them glared at Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng was wearing the sacred azure battle armor, ordinary people couldn't sense his inner qi. The two guards had sensed Qin Feng's inner qi, so they thought Qin Feng was a newbie. Now they realized that they had underestimated him. Why are you guys staring at me? Do you want to come again? I'm warning you, if you come again, I won't be polite anymore. Qin Feng and the two guards glared at each other, and the sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. The two guards didn't get Wei Tianhao's order to stop, so they wouldn't give up. I underestimated you just now. Don't be arrogant. Watch my fist. Watch my leg. The two guards yelled and pounced at Qin Feng again. One used his fist, while the other used his leg. Their coordination was outstanding, and the sound of wind breaking echoed in the air. There was no wind in the room, but it felt like a gale at the seaside. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Both of them were stage 7 inner Qi martial artists, but it was obvious that they were partners and had been partners for more than 5 years. Their punches and kicks complemented each other's strengths, and they were well versed in both offense and defense. Even if they encountered a stage 8 inner Qi martial artist, they would still be able to put up a fight. Qin Feng was a stage 8 inner Qi martial artist, but he could take on some of the weaker stage 9 inner Qi martial artists. Therefore, he didn't think much of these two guards. Roar! The guard who used his leg technique flew toward Qin Feng, and his foot was about to step on the tip of Qin Feng's nose. Qin Feng raised his fist, and the wind whistled as his fist collided with the guard's foot. Boom! Qin Feng didn't budge an inch, but the ground under his foot caved in, and the guard who used his leg technique was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Motherfucker, die. Fist of the Overlord. The other guard took advantage of this opening and punched Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng sent his partner flying. The guard was so angry that his eyes turned red. The power in his fist instantly increased explosively, and he pounced over like a wild beast. You overestimate yourself. As soon as Qin Feng's first punch landed, the second punch instantly followed. The power of the special Thunder Tiger's fist was like a ferocious tiger. Accompanied by a tiger's roar, the guard's speed instantly slowed down. His eyes were filled with terror. He was an expert in fist techniques, but at this moment he felt that his overlord's fist was nothing compared to Qin Feng's fist. Rumble! He punched out with the force of a thunderbolt, sending the other guard flying. The guard's body was like a small cannonball, crashing into the wall and shattering it. His body sank into the wall, and his eyes went black as he fainted. The atmosphere in the luxurious banquet hall instantly turned cold, and the atmosphere was about to freeze. Wei Tianhao glared at Qin Feng with his icy cold eyes. After staring at Qin Feng for a while, Wei Tianhao looked at the man in the white kimono sitting at the gambling table. When he saw the man shake his head, Wei Tianhao became even angrier. Hee, young Master Wei, I'm so sorry. I accidentally broke your crystal wall. But you can't blame me. I told them not to do anything, but they didn't listen. Don't you think they're looking for trouble? How can there be such idiots in this world? Qin Feng's words had a hidden meaning. These two guards were following Wei Tianhao's orders. Qin Feng calling them idiots was indirectly calling Wei Tianhao an idiot as well. However, these words were code words. Since Qin Feng didn't expose them, Wei Tianhao naturally pretended not to understand. Otherwise, he would really be an idiot. Old brother Qiao Feng, you can't be blamed for this. It's my fault for not disciplining them properly and spoiling them rotten. These stinking brats are all lawless. They dared to make a move without my permission. Now, that old brother Qiao Feng has taught them a lesson. I don't have to do anything. Wei Tianhao seemed to be a bit afraid of the Japanese sitting at the gambling table. The man in the white kimono shook his head, indicating that he shouldn't offend Qiao Feng. Although Wei Tianhao was very unhappy, he still did as he was told. Wei Tianhao's attitude towards Qin Feng took a 180-degree turn, and he directly called Qin Feng old brother. So these two bastards weren't following young Master Wei's orders? Then they're really going to rebel. I'll help young Master Wei teach them a lesson. Qin Feng was amused, but he didn't expose Wei Tianhao. Instead, he looked like he was going to beat the two guards up. Seeing Qin Feng walk over with a fiendish expression, the guard on the ground was so scared that his entire body trembled. The guard who was stuck in the wall and fainted was startled awake. The corner of Wei Tianhao's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly stopped Qin Feng. Old brother Qiao Feng, of course it wasn't my idea for them to make a move. I called you here for a very important matter. Let's ignore those two little bastards and let them fend for themselves. Young Master Wei is right. I'm here to apply to be a gambling master, so I'll let those two bastards go this time. If I see them again, I'll definitely break their dog legs. Qin Feng chuckled as he looked at Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. They say that you have to look at the owner before you beat a dog. Brat, you're brazenly cursing my two dogs. What the fuck is the meaning of this? Wei Tianhao forcefully suppressed his anger and brought Qin Feng to the mahjong table. Qin Feng had been observing the two Japanese men at the mahjong table for a long time, especially the middle-aged man wearing a white kimono sitting on the chair. When Qin Feng was fighting with the two guards, Wei Tianhao was so scared that his expression changed drastically. However, the Japanese man's expression only changed slightly, and he quickly regained his composure. Young Master Wei, who are these two people? Qin Feng coming to apply for the gambling master position was a pretense. His main purpose was to find out more about the power behind the Wei family. Qin Feng was very suspicious of these two Japanese men. This is the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Mr. Honda. The one wearing the black samurai attire is the 28th ranked gambling master in the world. People call him Ghost-Stealing Lord. Wei Xiaolei gave Qin Feng a simple introduction of the two Japanese men, but he didn't introduce Qin Feng to the Japanese man. It was clear that they already knew about Qin Feng before he arrived. Lord Tortoisehead? Why do you have such a flashy name? Qin Feng looked at Ghost-Stealing Lord in astonishment. These words almost made Wei Tianhao laugh. Baka! You brat, you're dead. Ghost-Stealing Lord could understand Chinese, and it seemed like he knew the meaning of turtle and head. In a fit of anger, he pulled out the Wu Shi Dao from his waist. The blade flashed, and a strand of Qin Feng's long hair fell to the ground. Qin Feng was shocked. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but ghost-stealing Lord's attack was too fast. There was only a flash of white light, and then sword Qi enveloped Qin Feng. It was fine if Qin Feng didn't move, but if he moved, this sword might have chopped off his arms and legs. Young Master Wei, what's the meaning of this friend of yours? I only shouted his name. Is there a need to use a gun? Qin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart. Qin Feng didn't like Japanese people, and now these people dared to come to China and cause trouble? If he didn't have a mission, Qin Feng would have pulled out the Chongling sword and split this bastard in half. Wei Tianhao rolled his eyes. He really didn't know if Qin Feng called him Ghost-Stealing Lord on purpose, or if he really heard wrong. Ghost-Stealing Lord, put your sword away. Master Honda, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His voice was deep and steady, and Qin Feng couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Ghost-Stealing Lord's sword was sheathed, and he held it behind his back. Sick man of China, watch your mouth. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Brother Qiao Feng, how are your gambling skills? What kind of games are you good at? Wei Tianhao saw that the atmosphere was in a deadlock again, so he took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. Qin Feng glanced at the ghost-stealing monarch. He had already deeply engraved this person's appearance in his heart. Once this money laundering mission was over, the first thing Qin Feng would do would be to eliminate him. I'm not picky. As long as it's a gambling skill, I'm good at it. Not long ago, Qin Feng bought the advanced gambling skill from the system. It was a comprehensive gambling skill. Okay, then let's play a few rounds of dice to warm up. Wei Tianhao walked to the side of the table, picked up a die, and shook it. Wei Tianhao didn't know how to gamble, so he shook the die in the box. In the end, even he didn't know what the number was. Wei Tianhao looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Big or small, do you think?" Qin Feng curled his lips and said, "Big or small is too low level. There are 3 dice inside, and this one is 15 points. Qin Feng heard the sound of Wei Tianhao shaking the dice, so he could easily tell the number of points. Moreover, Qin Feng had bought a transparent talisman. With the transparent talisman and the advanced gambling technique, Qin Feng could be said to be invincible in the world. Wei Tianhao opened the lid with a trace of curiosity. He was a little surprised to see that the 3 dice each had a score of 456. Not bad. Let Master Honda shake it this time. Wei Tianhao pushed the black box to Honda's side. Honda was not a gambling expert. Only the Ghost-Stealing King was a true elite in the gambling world. He was ranked 28th in the international gambling competition and was given the title of the fastest player in Japan. His skill in changing cards had reached perfection, and he could easily cross the sea with ease. Master Honda didn't waste any more time. He closed the lid and shook the black box. "Make a guess," Honda said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng could guess the number just by listening. Just when he was about to say something, he paused and said 5 points. Wei Tianhao and Master Honda's expression didn't change when Qin Feng said 5 points. They didn't know what the number was in the box. On the other hand, Ghost-Stealing Lord's eyes lit up. From the moment Qin Feng entered the room until now, Ghost-Stealing Lord was finally interested in Qin Feng. Chapter 726. Although Master Honda did not know the number of the dice in the box, he used his inner chi to change the number of the dice after the dice stopped rolling. This was the reason why Qin Feng hesitated when he was about to say something. These Japanese people were all very cunning. Master Honda was about to open the lid, but the Ghost-Stealing Lord said, "Master Honda, there's no need to open it." Master Honda's hand hung in the air, and he quickly put the lid back. Since the Ghost-Stealing Lord said that there was no need to open it, it meant that Qin Feng had guessed correctly again. If he opened the box, Qin Feng would be in the limelight again, and the ghost-stealing lord would not do such a thing. Playing dice was just a warm-up for Wei Tianhao and Master Honda to test Qin Feng's gambling skills. If Qin Feng couldn't even pass the two of them, then Wei Tianhao wouldn't hire Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng had passed the first test, the real game began. The ghost-stealing lord was already sitting on one side of the shuttle clam table. Master Honda, who was sitting on the other side, stood up and sat on the chair next to him. Wei Tianhao also pulled a chair over and sat down. Both of them looked like they were waiting for a good show. Sick man of China, let's make a bet. Let's play shuttle clam. If you can beat me, then you will be qualified to represent Dafu Casino and participate in the King of Gambling tournament 3 days later. If you lose, get out of here. The ghost-stealing lord still held a grudge against Qin Feng because Qin Feng had called the ghost-stealing lord Turtle Head, so his tone was full of provocation. Qin Feng had decided to eliminate the ghost-stealing lord after completing this mission, so he would let the ghost-stealing lord be arrogant for a while. Qin Feng took a glass of red wine from the dining car and sat opposite of the ghost-stealing lord. The shuttle clam table was 3 meters long. Qin Feng and the ghost-stealing lord sat on one side of each other. Their eyes met in the air, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Young Master Wei, are you looking for me? Wei Tianhao must have contacted Second Master, he secretly. So Second Master, he walked into the banquet hall. Brother Qiao Feng wants to play with the ghost-stealing lord. You can be their dealer, Wei Tianhao said calmly. Second Master, he nodded his head and stood in the middle of the table. Second Master, he had achieved good results in international gambling competitions and was ranked 32nd. His strength was a bit weaker than the ghost-stealing monarch. Second Master, his most outstanding ability was his memory and eyesight. His eyesight was very fast, even if the Ghost Thief King was dealing cards in front of him. Second Master, he could still clearly see the suit and number of each card, adding on his powerful photographic memory. Second Master, he was a very famous figure in Hong Kong's gambling circle. Can we begin now? Second Master, he looked at Qin Feng and Ghost-Stealing Lord. Both of them nodded. Second Master, he waved his hand, grabbed the unopened poker cards on the table, and opened them in front of everyone. Walala! As soon as the cards were taken out, Second Master, he performed a cool shuffling move. It was as if the cards were glued to his hand. No matter how Second Master he pulled or threw the cards would not leave his control. They formed a beautiful arc in the air, and the distance between each card was basically the same. The shuffling process was very fast because of Second Master, his fast hand speed. In a short 10 seconds, Second Master, he had shuffled the cards back and forth 6 times. Second Master, he clapped his hand and a deck of cards fell on the table. Then he slid his hand and the entire deck of cards slowly opened up like a fan. Who will cut the cards? Second Master, he asked. Humph, let him do it. Otherwise, if this sick man from China loses, he will find all sorts of excuses. The Ghost Thief King let Qin Feng cut the cards. Cutting the cards was very beneficial because a true gambling expert would remember the order of the cards when the dealer shuffled the deck. Now, Qin Feng and Ghost-Stealing Lord had memorized the order of the cards. Whoever cut the cards first would be able to cut the cards that were advantageous to them. That's it. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and the cutter flew out, landing directly on a card in the middle. Second Master, he and the Ghost Thief King's expressions slightly changed. Qin Feng's cut was very perfect. If no one cheated this round, then Qin Feng's next cards would be many times better than the Ghost Thief King's. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and deal the cards. Second Master, he hesitated for a while. He was thinking whether he should continue this round or not. At this time, the Ghost Thief King's voice sounded. There was a trace of impatience in his voice. Obviously, the Ghost Thief King didn't take Qin Feng seriously. Even if Qin Feng got a good card, he didn't care. Since the Ghost Thief King had spoken, Second Master, he started to deal the cards. Second Master, he's old and skinny, right hand shook slightly and a white light shot out. In the next moment, a hidden card fell in front of Qin Feng. Second Master, his hand shook again, and a hidden card appeared in front of the Ghost Thief King. Wei Tianhao and Mr. Honda sat at the side and didn't dare to breathe. Both of them were very average in gambling. This was a competition between the real international gambling experts. Just the way Second Master, he shuffled the cards and dealt the cards was enough to make both of them gasp in admiration. After the hidden cards were dealt, Second Master, he continued to deal the first open card. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Qin Feng's first open card was dealt. It was a King of Hearts. The Ghost Thief King's open card was also dealt. It was a 9 of Spades. Mr. Chiao, your cards are bigger. Please speak first. Second Master, he looked at Qin Feng. In front of Qin Feng and the Ghost Thief King, there were chips worth 50 million each. Qin Feng pushed a row of chips on the table and said, 1 million. Everyone present had seen the world. To them, 1 million was nothing. Even after Qin Feng threw out 1 million chips, no one's expression changed. 5 million. The Ghost Thief King's cards were smaller than Qin Feng's, but he looked confident and added 5 times the chips. The dealer started to deal the second card. Qin Feng was the Queen of Hearts, and the Ghost Thief King was the 8 of Spades. 5 million, I'll follow you. Qin Feng didn't want to throw away his cards. He threw 5 million chips on the table. The Ghost Thief King's face was full of disdain. He doubled his bet again. The sick man of China is poor. I'll give you 10 million. The third and fourth open cards were dealt at the same time. Qin Feng had the 10 of Hearts and the 9 of Hearts, while the Ghost Thief King had the 6 of Spades and the 5 of Spades. Seeing this, Wei Tianhao and Mr. Honda couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. This was indeed the game of a gambling expert. Qin Feng and the Ghost Thief King's cards were all straight. Moreover, they all broke a number at the most important position. This kind of card was hard to come by even once in a lifetime. Qin Feng and the Ghost Thief King had just played their first game, and it had already appeared. Humph! Sick man of China, even your cards are bigger than mine. If I were you, I would have just done it. Don't waste your breath like a little girl. Ghost-stealing June looked at Qin Feng with disdain, purposely provoking Qin Feng with harsh words. Qin Feng was very calm. His talisman of clairvoyance still had the ability to see through things. Qin Feng had already seen his and the Ghost Thief King's cards. Qin Feng's card was the Jack of Hearts, which was a perfect straight with the 4 open cards. On the other hand, the Ghost Thief King's card wasn't the 7 of Spades. He only had a loose card. Up until now, Qin Feng hadn't seen the Ghost Thief King cheat because the order of the cards was exactly the same as in Qin Feng's memory. However, from the Ghost Thief King's confident posture, Qin Feng knew that he would definitely change his cards. Ghost Thief King, do you really want to play shuttlecock? I'm very likely to beat you this round. Qin Feng pretended to be arrogant and proud, as if he was sure that he would win. This time, Qin Feng dared to swear to the heavens that he was really calling the Ghost Thief King's original name. However, because Qin Feng had purposely twisted the meaning of the name, the Ghost Thief King couldn't help but associate it with the name. The Ghost Thief King was so angry that his face turned green. I see that you sick men of China are too poor, so I want to give you some money so that you can buy a coffin and a tomb as soon as possible. Since you can win, don't talk so much nonsense and play shuttlecock. The Ghost Thief King angrily glared at Qin Feng. If it wasn't for Mr. Honda stopping him, he would have already killed Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't angry at all. He smiled at the Ghost Thief King and said, Ghost Thief King, Ghost Thief King. AI, my Ghost Thief King. Qin Feng muttered for a long time and kept calling the Ghost Thief King's name. The Ghost Thief King's old hands were already trembling. His right hand suddenly grabbed Wu Sherdao, who was behind him, and he was ready to swing his sword at any time. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then say it. Don't keep calling my name. The Ghost Thief King was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and roared. Oh, the Ghost Thief King doesn't like people calling your name? I feel that your name is very artistic. Ghost Thief, you have quite a personality. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly spread out. The Ghost Thief King slammed his palm on the card table, and the 3-meter-long high-grade, custom-made shuttlecock card table suddenly shook. From the center of the card table, a small crack appeared. The crack quickly spread, and in a few breaths, it extended to Qin Feng. Good. I'm going to play shuttlecock. Ghost Thief King, do you dare to call? Qin Feng also slammed the table and suddenly jumped up. The Ghost Thief King waved his hand, and all the chips on the table were put on the table. Some of them fell through the crack and fell to the ground. Your father will follow you to death. Open. Qin Feng and the Ghost Thief King stood up and glared at each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The card table was split in half, and many chips fell to the ground. Qin Feng and the Ghost Thief King's cards were also split in half from the center, and each half fell on a shuttlecock card table. Wei Tianhao and Mr. Honda were stunned. This match was really exciting. Wei Tianhao was the weakest among the 5 people present, but he also noticed something fishy. Just now, the Ghost-Stealing King seemed to have angrily smashed the table, but the moment he smashed the table, he did something. Because the Ghost-Stealing King's attack was too fast, Wei Tianhao didn't even see what he did. Chapter 7:27. Qin Feng and Ghost-Stealing Lord shuffled back and forth. Now it was time to reveal their cards. Ghost-Stealing Lord looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile. He thought Qin Feng's gambling skills were amazing. After all this time, this brat only learned some amateur gambling skills. Ghost-Stealing Lord pretended to be angry and slammed his hand on the table. But in reality, that was an opportunity for him to change his cards. Ghost-Stealing Lord had already given his 3 of diamonds to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's card was no longer a Jack of Hearts, so he wouldn't have an all-color Great Shun. At the same time, Ghost-Stealing Lord also swapped out an 8 of Hearts from Second Master He's deck. Now, Ghost-Stealing Lord had a pair of small 8s, completely defeating Qin Feng's scattered cards. Second Master, he finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Ghost-Stealing Lord and said, Ghost-Stealing Lord, your cards are small. Please reveal your cards first. Ghost-Stealing Lord's smile became even wider. He stared at Qin Feng and yelled, Ha ha! Sick man of China, open your dog eyes and look carefully. My cards will scare you to death. Pa! Ghost-Stealing Lord flipped his hand and half of his cards fell onto the table. The cards had already appeared, but it didn't scare Qin Feng. Instead, it shocked Second Master He, Wei Tianhao and Honda. How could it be a 3 of diamonds? Ghost-Stealing Lord, you didn't change. Second Master He couldn't hold back and exclaimed. He shut his mouth halfway through his sentence. Second Master He shuffled the cards. Of course, he remembered the original order of the cards. This 3 of diamonds was Ghost-Stealing Lord's original card. Could it be that Ghost-Stealing Lord didn't change his cards? How was that possible? The Ghost-Stealing Monarch looked at the half of his trump card, and his complexion immediately changed. Ghost-Stealing Lord clearly remembered that he changed his cards. How did this damned 3 of diamonds return to his hand? Could it be that the brat also changed his cards? Ghost-Stealing Monarch, your luck isn't that good. How did you get a 3 of diamonds? Right now, I don't even need to flip to win. But in order to convince you of your loss, I'll flip it. Qin Feng laughed as he looked at Ghost-Stealing Lord. He elegantly flipped over his half card. The Jack of Hearts fell into everyone's eyes. Second Master, he couldn't help but exclaim. Fuck, you brat, you dare to change cards? The ghost-stealing lord saw the Jack of Hearts and knew that Qin Feng had changed cards. However, at this moment, the ghost-stealing lord's heart was in turmoil. He didn't even see how Qin Feng changed the cards. Just how fast was this person's hand speed? How did he train his hand speed to be so fast? Gui-stealing monarch, gui-stealing monarch, I'm not happy hearing you say that. Whether or not my trump card is the Jack of Hearts, I'm sure you and old he both know it very well. How could you say that I changed my card? Qin Feng's words almost made ghost-stealing lord and second master he vomit blood. The ghost-stealing lord told Qin Feng not to call him by his name, but Qin Feng didn't seem to hear it. Not only did he have to call him by his name, but he also repeatedly called the ghost-stealing lord's name. Second master, he was a person with a bit of status in Hong Kong, so how could he not be angry when Qin Feng called him old he? Qin Feng's words rendered the ghost-stealing ruler speechless. Second master, he stood at the side, panting with rage. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Wei Tianhao and Mr. Honda understood that Xiao Feng had won this round. The fact that Xiao Feng had defeated Japan's #1 ghost hand-stealing emperor had shocked them to the core. Even now, they still couldn't accept it. Master Honda, the match is over. The ghost-stealing lord came to his senses. He glared at Qin Feng and walked to Honda's side. Honda nodded and didn't say anything. Wei Tianhao stood up and walked to Qin Feng with a smile. Ha ha! Brother Xiao Feng, your bet with the ghost-stealing lord was so exciting. Qin Feng also laughed. Young Master Wei, can I represent Dafu Casino to participate in the King of Gambling tournament? Yes, of course you can. Wei Tianhao promised. Then what about my appearance fee? You know, I came all the way from the mainland just to make a fortune in the King of Gambling tournament. Qin Feng pretended to be a little money grubber to prevent Wei Tianhao and the others from suspecting him. The price of a powerful gambler like Brother Xiao Feng is easy to negotiate. Why don't you name your price? I'll agree to it as long as it's reasonable, Wei Tianhao said with a smile. Then let's make it 50-50. Qin Feng said with a calm expression. For those gamblers who are ranked highly in the international gambling competition, if they represented the gambling city to participate in some competitions, apart from a high fixed appearance fee, they would also receive a bonus, which was the money they won in the gambling house. The ratio of the bonus was not fixed. It was up to the gambler to negotiate the price. However, even the top 5 gambling masters in the world would only get a 30-70 split. The gambler would get 30%, and the casino would get 70%. Wei Tianhao was taken aback by Qin Feng's declaration of a 50-50 chance. Wei Tianhao didn't agree immediately. He looked at Honda and saw that Honda nodded slightly. A cunning glint flashed across Wei Tianhao's eyes. All right, 50-50 it is. I believe Brother Xiao Feng's ability is worthy of this ratio. Wei Tianhao agreed without hesitation. Wei Tianhao knew that Honda was determined to kill Qin Feng. Even if Qin Feng gave him a 70-30 split, Wei Tianhao would still agree without hesitation. After all, Qin Feng was going to die, and his money would still be in Wei Tianhao's pocket. Qin Feng didn't mind. He came to apply for the gambling master job to investigate money laundering cases. The bonus was just a disguise. All right, it's decided then. Oh, right. Do I need to do anything for the next few days? There's nothing to do. You just need to relax and get enough rest. If something really happens, I'll find you, Wei Tianhao said. Qin Feng nodded. He wanted to stay with Wei Tianhao and Honda for the next few days. However, it seemed that Wei Tianhao was very cautious. His plan to stay with them was impossible. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Qin Feng knew that Wei Tianhao was asking him to leave. Qin Feng didn't want to stay here any longer. It would make Wei Tianhao and the others suspicious. Uncle He, please send Brother Xiao Feng off for me. Second Master, he nodded at them and left with Qin Feng. When Second Master, he brought Qin Feng upstairs. He was filled with resentment towards Qin Feng. Now that he brought Qin Feng downstairs, second master, he was filled with shock. After Qin Feng left, the three people in the banquet hall on the top floor started to talk. Ghost-stealing lord, how good is Qiao Feng's gambling skills? Wei Tianhao asked. Ghost-stealing lord returned to his chair and sat down. When he sat down, a gust of wind came from his body and blew the other half of the hidden card on the table. The hidden card fell on the table. It was half a jack of hearts. Seeing this card, the three people were stunned, especially Ghost-stealing lord. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Ghost-stealing lord looked like he had seen a ghost. He suddenly jumped up and ran to Qin Feng's table. He flipped over the other half of the hidden card on the table. Pa! The half of the hidden card fell on the table. It was half a three of diamonds. Ghost-stealing lord looked like his soul had been sucked out. He stood there in a daze. Lightning flashed in his mind, and he finally understood. Qiao Feng also changed his card. Moreover, he changed half of the hidden card. Ghost-stealing lord didn't notice. What's going on? Wei Tianhao looked at the two different half of the hidden card. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Ghost-stealing lord let out a long sigh and said, "That kid's gambling skills are very good, far above mine." Wei Tianhao and Master Honda were shocked. They guessed that Qiao Feng's gambling skills were very good, but they didn't expect him to be so much better than Ghost-stealing lord. Wei Tianhao needed a gambling expert like Qiao Feng. With Qiao Feng's help, Wei Tianhao could wash away more dirty money in the Gambling King tournament in 3 days. Master Honda, do you need Qiao Feng? Wei Tianhao looked at Honda excitedly. He already wanted to hire Qiao Feng, but Honda still had the final say in this matter. This person is indeed very good. Send the video of him gambling and let your people have a look. If there's no problem with his identity, we can hire him, Honda said. All right, I'll do it now. Wei Tianhao took his cell phone and walked out. Only Honda and Ghost-stealing lord were left in the spacious banquet hall. Honda suddenly said to the air, "Miss Chioya, what do you think of Qiao Feng's strength?" As soon as Honda's voice fell, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Lady Chioya was dressed in black and wore a black mask. However, from her exposed forehead and beautiful eyes, one could tell that she was a beauty with outstanding looks. Master Honda, this is Japan's #1 sky ninja, Miss Chioya. Ghost-stealing lord was so scared that he took 3 steps back. His eyes were wide open. The shocked expression on his face was even more exaggerated than when he saw the other half of his hidden card. Honda and Miss Chioya did not answer because Ghost-stealing lord's question was not a question, but an exclamation. Even now, the ghost-stealing ruler was still in shock. This was the #1 heaven ninja of Japan, Miss Chioya. The ghost-stealing ruler was sure that Miss Chioya was already in the room before Qiao Feng entered, but no one present could find her. Wei Tianhao didn't see her. Qiao Feng didn't see her, and neither did Ghost-stealing lord. Nice to meet you, Miss Chioya. Miss Chioya's invisibility technique truly lives up to its name. In Japan, ninjas were divided into 5 levels. Shinobi, Heavenly Ninja, Jounin, Chunin, and finally Genin. A Heavenly Ninja's strength was quite terrifying. It was comparable to a stage 9 inner Chi ancient warrior. Miss Chioya was known as Japan's #1 sky ninja. Her invisibility technique was unparalleled in Japan. No matter the environment, Miss Chioya could make herself invisible. She did it just now. Miss Chioya glanced at Ghost-stealing lord indifferently. Then her eyes fell on Master Honda. She said in a light and calm voice, "That Chinese man's strength is average. He should be at the early stage of stage 9 inner Qi." Chioya said that a stage 9 inner Qi strength was average. If the ancient warriors of Huaxia heard this, they would definitely be furious. Honda nodded and said, "Qiao Feng is just a small fry." It's time to carry out the Hong Sek's plan.